EdTech Mondays is a series of conversations that leverage technology to improve teaching and learning by bringing together all stakeholders, policymakers, implementers, educators, EdTech entrepreneurs, innovators, teachers, learners, and parents.
Born out of a conversation among EdTech entrepreneurs in Rwanda in 2019, EdTech Mondays blossomed into a monthly Facebook Live discussion during the challenging lockdown period of 2020. This platform has evolved into a crucial cog, driving thought leadership and fostering collaboration between governments and innovators.
Muri 2019 ndumva ariho twatangiye izi EdTech Mondays duhura n'abarwiyemezamirimo bari muri EdTech cyangwa bari mu burezi bakora technology ikoranabuhanga ryo mu burezi hagiye hiyongeramo companies.
Can you tell us how technology has become sort of critical to the learning experience in classrooms today, and more importantly for the teacher, the parents, and the students?
When we use technology for learning, learning becomes more impactful for the learners because you can explain difficult concepts.
How do you get children to appreciate a subject so complex like robot?
We create purpose to the learning.
When did you start coding? How old were you?
5.
So what has your learning journey been like?
It has been amazing.
What are the parameters that define access to ICT, and how far has Ghana advanced at closing that divide, especially in relation to quality infrastructure for ICT?
First of all, availability of infrastructure, right? It's in the urban areas, it's fine, but in the rural areas is still a problem.
በተለይ መሰረታዊ ትምህርት ላይ ብዙ ጉድለቶች ይታያሉ። በቅርቡን ጥናት ብንወስድ የትምህርት ሚኒስቴር የፈተናዎች ድርጅት በተለምዶ የሚባለው የኢትዮጵያ ትምህርት ምዘናና ፈተናዎች ድርጅት የሚባለው በቅርቡ በአውሮፓ አቆጣጠር በ2021 ትንሽ ዳሰሳ አድርጎ ነበርና ትንሽ የሚያስደነግጥ ውጤት ነው ያለው። ከሁለተኛ ክፍል ተፈታኞች ውስጥ 67.9% የሚሆኑት ምንም ቃል አያነብ። ከሶስተኛም ክፍል ላይ ከ51% በላይ ማለት ግማሽ በሄዱት ግማሾቹ ምንም ቃል አያነብ።
Our goal is to transform the enlightened discussions into tangible strategies that align with our shared vision.
That allows the center to gauge the impact of EdTech Mondays conversation with the reality on the ground, collect and analyze feedback, and adjust as needed in order to collectively support the establishment of an EdTech ecosystem that will enable resilient, quality, relevant education system to flourish.
Join us on this journey as we continue to build and transform a technologically enabled, resilient African education ecosystem through compelling discussions and impactful storytelling on the EdTech Mondays platform.
We are really excited about the launch of what's going to be known as the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship Program, which is coming up just now. We'll be sending out a call for applications very soon and supporting entrepreneurs over the next few years.
As part of the Mastercard Foundation, we see this as an opportunity that different partners working from different aspects, so moving from the tech hubs that are going to be responsible to support EdTech companies to ADEAs, to the World Bank, that are supposed to support creating an enabling environment for these young people that we expect to support and empower to be able to acquire the knowledge and the skills and be more competitive in the labor market. So I see this as a great opportunity, and we touch on different things that I feel were important.
One of my favorite parts was really looking at the overall impact map and thinking deeply about where our project fits into that impact map and the different ways that we can participate in pushing on several spots, because we don't neatly sit in one spot. We sort of bridge across different vectors there, and so thinking about how we can do that work directly, but also how we can help other partners in the room do that work to effectively make inroads there. So that was a highlight for me, and then having the in-person opportunities to talk with those collaborators and sort of see different ideas together that we can follow up on remotely.
The biggest part for me is the conversation around gender justice and also safeguarding as well, because this is a very sensitive topic, especially on the African continent, where the nuances around culture is important in how these things play out in society. And to make lasting changes, it is important that we take into consideration the peculiarity of our culture, the root causes of a lot of the things that we have in our culture, to understand how best to fix it for good. So the fact that that conversation was led in a very inclusive, engaging way, I think for me was quite unique, because it's an opportunity to open up the conversation. And we also now have a better framing on how to go back into our organizations to actually engage our colleagues and staff members as well.
This new initiative, supported by Mastercard, that Adea is responsible for, is known as, we call it tackling education and training data in Africa's educational systems. So that's basically what we're trying to do. And the first part of this, overall, we are targeting 30 African countries to start with. We'll start with a small number just to build the concepts. And then we will evolve over time, picking lessons learned from the few countries that we'll start with.
3, 2, 1, go! What? It's not stick! It's not stick!
Imagine a world where children don't need books or classrooms to learn, where we make your kitchen into a science lab. This is Funky Science, where we make science fun for children between the age of 3 to 17. We make science both fun and interactive. My name is Tracy Shiundu, and I am the co-founder of Funky Science. I studied industrial chemistry in the University of Nairobi, and therefore, as we were doing these studies with my co-founder, who did geology at the University of Nairobi as well, we realized that we want to speak science and speak about science concepts and science ideas to some of our peers. So for us, we're selfishly growing a group of scientists that probably we can talk to later in the scientific terms and make them understand things about science. You know, our whole goal is to make Africa into a technological state, and we decided that we should start with the children when they're younger. Before the program, we struggled with some of the learning outcomes that our students used to go through. So it was questions around, if the child does the experiment, are they learning something and are they able to apply it in the classroom? The other challenge also was around our product and enhancing it and enhancing the delivery around our product. So that's the science kits, the science sessions, and any of our live classes that we used to have online. Just to make sure that as we're doing these experiments, as we're doing our sessions, as we're even producing the science kits, are the children learning something from what we're doing? So I was very grateful that the program incorporated learning science aspects into this. We were able to ask ourselves the question, as we do this experiment, what is the child learning specifically? The second thing that the program has helped us with, because before we had a challenge around our team, building team culture and building team cohesion. So thanks to the program, we've been able to increase our team. Before we started as 4 members, now we've added 6 and we're 10. And now this team has also helped us to increase the number of students that we can deal with. The other thing that has come out heavily is doing events and festivals. So before it was very low key doing some of these events and festivals. So in all, the program has actually helped us reach more students, more teachers, more pupils, just to get them to know that this product is there, that they can actually do science with materials that are easily accessible to them, things that you can find in your kitchen, in the supermarket, to continue learning science. So we've partnered with Entemata, and now we know that our strength as Funky Science is to create content, videos, and to make science fun for children. So Entemata will help us in the assessment part of our experiments. So this means that as a child goes through our experiments, our content, our videos, the Entemata system is able to now test them on whether they have learned or what they have grasped from this science concept. From this little test that we're doing with Entemata, we want to also do it with the homeschooling community, because we've realized that homeschoolers actually need some of the content that we're doing for science. They actually need these learning materials and these learning tools. So therefore, by partnering with homeschoolers, then we're able to test these children if they have understood these concepts, not just by watching the video and enjoying the fun experiment, but they've actually learned something and they've understood this concept. So this will help also the children learn more and understand more and engage more with science, because that means now they can do the science experiments from the comfort of their homes. And remember, as Funky Science, we keep saying, we're making your kitchen into your science lab.
My boss ran into the Kunda Kids team during one of the TOSE exhibitions that was held recently. So the team came to our school for a demo presentation and we were sold.
My name is Dele, co-founder and CEO of Kunda Kids.
And I'm Louisa, co-founder and COO of Kunda Kids.
Being part of this program has been amazing. Yeah. Working with CCL has been incredibly impactful. First, in our product. We have built a new version of our app. For the first time, it's monetized, it's live, and we've been able to achieve this with the help of CCL. Two, we've been working with the learning science team to be able to really define the right learning outcomes for the solutions that we are building at Kunda Kids.
We've interacted with some stories that teach language skills, building more vocabulary, communication skills. Like in a book like Lulu Learns, there are a lot of vocabulary in it, and it specifically teaches our children life skills, social skills.
I really love Kunda Kids because it celebrates children's imagination, and it also introduces them to vast wonders of the universe. When we read this book, this beautiful book, Astronaut to the Moon, the pictures, they love the pictures a lot. Beautiful, clear pictures, and the concentration skills, attention, they pay attention. So why I love this book is we are not only looking at them just reading books, it's also building their reading culture, and there's a lot of cross-curricular things we learn from here.
Additionally, we've worked with CCL closely to build safeguarding policies, and it's important that children feel safe on our platform, online and offline. Parents can be assured that Kunda Kids looks after their kids well.
Overall learning skills have been impacted in the building their confidence, in giving them the understanding of who they are. So their confidence is being built up, they can speak up for themselves.
I will relate it to personal, emotional, social development for my children. They now begin to use their 5 magic words. Please, thank you, may I, pardon me. And also kindness. They show a lot of kindness more now to people around them. Friendship.
Thank you so much, and again to the CC Hub and Mastercard Foundation team. It's been incredible working with you and an absolute honor to be part of this program.
We genuinely believe that the Kenyan learners deserve an opportunity to learn how to code. Why? Well, so that they can have relevant 21st century skills that will enable them to be competitive, not only in the world of today, but also in the world of tomorrow. My name is Lemuel Kinyanzui, and I am the founder and leader at Smart Brains Kenya. The Smart Brains journey started a little over 12 years ago. One of the problems that we had was the lack of devices like laptops and robot kits, which hindered us in a way that we only could teach in schools that had laptops. Well, thanks to the Mastercard program, we have been able to make so much impact in Kenya. We have now been able to take the impact far out there. For example, we've been able to scale to 9 counties. We now have a branch in Kisumu with employees there. Mombasa, where we are serving over 10 schools. Nakuru, where we are serving 5 schools. Embu, Nanyuki, all these are new openings of our branches where we didn't have them before the program. But more importantly, we are now able to serve our customers better. Why? We now have enough devices. We have over 2,500 laptops that enable kids to learn how to code. We have towns where kids, if it was not for this program, would never have a chance to actually hold a laptop. But thanks to this program, they're not only able to have a laptop, but to learn how to code. We've also been able to increase our talent. Previously, when we started, we had only 12 employees. Now we have over 32 people who directly benefit from this company, and hundreds of others who support the company, maybe through transport and providing printing materials, thanks to this program. So what's next? We are excited to be expanding all over East Africa. How? By actually providing the platform to schools in other countries where we may not reach, because this is a platform that has been built with the African child in mind. We're excited that we already have clients in Tanzania. We actually will be opening our new branch in Tanzania in 2 weeks' time, and thereafter follow in Rwanda, so that we are able to also empower other students or other African learners with the benefit of learning how to code. The other thing that we are pretty excited about is that we have been able to set up a professional studio to enlighten the African parents through value entertainment on the benefits of empowering our learners or our kids with relevant 21st century skills like coding websites, Android apps, and robotics, so that they can be able to be competitive in the world of tomorrow. So we look forward to having those series whereby there'll be so much content out there enlightening the African parent on the benefits of empowering their child to learn how to code. Lastly, but not least, we're excited to also be starting our CSR campaign, whereby instead of all our devices lying here on Saturdays or in all other branches all over Kenya, picking dust and there's now no one using the computers, we will now be going to children homes and providing quality coding robotics lessons to kids who are disadvantaged, just the same way you provide them to schools. So this is a program that we'll be doing on Saturdays, and still the same flagship of SmartBrains, where we'll be teaching coding for free to students in children homes who may otherwise have not afforded coding and robotics lessons.
We started using Schoola since 2020 during Corona. Schools were shut down, and we started thinking, all this lockdown, we can just leave our pupils without learning. It is not possible.
My name is Abdullahi Muhammad Bature, and I'm one of 3 co-founders of Schoola. I lead the team as the current CEO, and I lead strategy, the team, all talents, and the survival of the company.
When we started in 2020, I was majorly doing backend. Of course, I'm still doing backend, but I do a lot of AI and machine learning too.
Before the program, talent was an issue, and you'd agree with me because we operate in the northern part of Nigeria, where there's limited supply of, a lot of talents that will help us build. I'm happy that we have a very technical team, but the blend to make us succeed, was a problem. But I would say it is no longer a problem today because the distribution, us coming over to, Lagos and the different caliber of startups has, been a different story.
Throughout our journey, we have embraced some learning principles from CMU, turning theory into action to enhance both our events and our applications. Our latest event, Lesson 10, we invited teachers to showcase their skills by creating top-notch content using our AI-driven content generator called Curry AI.
As a teacher that is living in 21st century, you must embrace IT. My name is Ustaz Uthman Abubakar Ishaq. a teacher in Little Scholar Schools, Kaduna. The Schoola people came into our school and introduced the Schoola, and it is something that is cracking our brain. They brought a solution to us. It exposed our teachers to the IT. So we use it to give homework, CA test, quiz, result computation, and so many other things.
What I like about Schoola is that Schoola is like a game for my brain, but the game is all about subjects I really want to take that time.
We've embraced learning science principles from CMU, and we have now successfully turned the theory that we've gotten into action, enhancing both our events.
Our focus with the Corey AI tool was to help the teachers create better content. And yes, the software has been able to do just what we promised.
My first time using Corey AI, I find it so exciting in creating my lesson notes. Normally, I create my lesson notes manually in nothing less than 30 minutes. But now, using Corey AI, I can create my lesson notes within 5 minutes.
In order for us to build the ecosystem, we need to do a lot of partnerships and collaboration. I, for one, have been able to secure one, and it was easier because it was from the 12 fellows, and I've earmarked about 5 of them. So I'd say that's a big, milestone for us. And we are able to create that learning science department owing to the contribution and the learnings from the Carnegie Mellon University, masterclass, learning the importance of the science of learning in what you are building to impact learning.
We at Lower Learning develop technologies that help learners and teachers access quality education, inclusive and affordable in sub-Saharan Africa. I am James Onganga, the CEO and founder of Loho Learning. Loho Learning is an educational technology company, and we build tools that make learning fun, enjoyable, and entertaining. At the same time, they're affordable and inclusive. We are a venture spin-off of Longhorn Publishers, which is a Pan-African publishing house with presence in 10 African countries.
We are so grateful as Loho Learning for the opportunity to be part of Mastercard Foundation Fellowship Program. It has really been really helpful to us. There are quite a number of achievements that we have realized as Loho Learning ever since we joined the program. The first one I would say is we've been able to bring together and assemble a competent team. We have realized an increased average engagement time on our ebooks platform by 66%. That's a big number. We are really proud of that. Then during the fellowship program, we have been able to launch 2 new products. That is the Loho Learning ebooks platform and our e-learning platform, Kalamu. And to add on that, we have welcomed 25,000 new users on both our platforms. And then we have infiltrated even into more schools, and not just in Nairobi, but beyond Nairobi. And we even have users in diaspora.
So through this fellowship, we have been able to create 15 titles for Kenyan Sign Language. We have published 2 of them already. And through this, we have been nominated for the Zero Project. And come next year, February, we will be attending the conference in Vienna, Austria. And we'll also be able to showcase our product, especially in Kenyan Sign Language.
So we are looking to fundraise in the next few months. And this is mainly to improve on our product, to increase content development, specifically for special needs education. And in this, we are focusing on learners with hearing disability. We also plan to expand our distribution into other countries. Our main focus is Uganda, Cameroon, and Botswana in the next few months. In terms of product development as well, we plan to build further our generative AI language to ensure that we are able to deliver content to teachers and as well as learners in our next phase of the product.
journey for me started sometimes when I finished university education. And then you have to battle with missing score, missing script that happens in our education system. But then I couldn't help, but I felt that there was a need for us to digitize our education processes. My name is Dr. Ademola Adinobi, and I'm the founder and CEO of EduTimes. For us at EduTimes, our major focus is building a school solution that digitizes their processes and enhances their operations. When we started EduTimes and we're working, one big issue that we have was we needed to scale up our cloud server. So funding was restricting the cloud server subscription that we will do.
My experience with the portal started from when I applied for admission into the school year, and I was able to do my screening, get my post-UTME updates through the portal. I proceeded with payments, paying for acceptance fee, registration fee, and school fees. All these were done online, really easy to use, and I got my matric number almost immediately after paying my school fees.
In the aspect of admission, as the dean, I had to approve a number of things for students, but because EduTimes is there, I don't have to attend them physically. Everything is online, which makes it easy for me. I also take my classes online because we have the platform for that. My lectures are taken online.
The Mastercard program has been a significant one that we have participated, and that has exposed us working with a number of teams. I know we have the people's team, we work with product team, we work with the talent team, we work with the investment team, we work with the finance team. All of these are critical components that has enhanced our operations and also exposed us to how to build a better EdTech company.
So what the board does is that we vet results. Before EduTimes came, we were doing it manually, and it was extremely tedious. With EduTimes, students' results are uploaded from the departments. We do the vetting to know, okay, who is having problem, who is not having problem, who is to graduate, who is not going to graduate, and that has made it a lot easier.
With the help of our course advisors, we were able to apply for courses online. It was very easy for us to add courses, remove courses based on our needs. We were also able to do our e-tests using the portal. I've never experienced any issue during my e-test courses, and we also get the result of our e-test almost immediately.
Payment of fees has become a lot easier, and has also been able to block off these doubts and these disgruntled elements coming with the intention of duping and defrauding people. So you don't have to give your money to anybody to pay your fees. You can just go online, access the portal, and get it paid.
Well, I really like to appreciate EduTimes for creating such a very smooth platform for we students to use. We created a really great experience for we students, and we really appreciate your work. Thank you very, very much.
From all of us at EduTimes, we want to say a very big thank you for the Mastercard Foundation for the opportunity to participate in this acceleration program. You've actually impacted a startup company that is impacting the lives of over 1.5 million learners in Nigeria and Africa.
Dr. Bosun Tijani.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
And it's great to have you make time for this conversation on building an impactful EdTech ecosystem around Africa. Let me start with a basic question around Nigeria, of course, being the most populous country on the continent. What's your assessment of the current state of EdTech in Nigeria and Africa at large? And what direction do you think it needs to go?
I think the context we should always set clear when we're having conversations around technology and its use in sectors like education is the demography that we're a largely youthful continent. 70% of our people on the African continent are under the age of 30. In Nigeria, is 60% under the age of 25. Which means by extension, most of our people are digital natives. They've been given birth to and they're growing up in an era where technology is all around them. They can see it, they can feel it. And if you also take that into consideration, the investment that has gone into technology over the years, we're not where we desire or where we should be when it comes to investment in technology. Most of our countries have made significant progress. Things like internet, mobile telephony are a lot more ubiquitous, which means many people can find a way to get online. And the implication of that in a world where the way we collect, process, and produce insight and knowledge is already changed significantly thanks to technology, is that people can now learn in a totally different way. And we've seen that disrupt education significantly on the continent. But the challenge is that it's disrupted informal education. So people who want to, on their own, learn how to handle a camera, a lot of these people can actually read up and learn digitally, virtually, online, without going into any proper school to learn. Folks who want to become, for instance, software developers, you find most of them learning virtually and getting that foundation that they need to actually get into a new career. So you can see this disrupting largely informal education. But because a lot of our people still must have certificate, they have to go through formal education systems. And formal education systems are controlled, they are regulated, they are directed by multiple stakeholders and infrastructure as well. So you can see that we've not seen the level of penetration that is required in formal education for technology to actually help disrupt that space. And the other part is the infrastructure that is required on the part of the government to be able to ensure that schools can support these things, ensuring that teachers can actually leverage technology to augment the way they teach and what they do in classroom. There's still significant gaps there as well, because you have a lot of teachers who were trained at a time where technology wasn't a part of how you teach. So there's still a huge gap in getting the teachers to be able to leverage technology to teach. And I think the biggest barrier that I don't think in EdTech we're talking about enough is actually connectivity and affordable devices. Those two things tied together. We can't at the minute guarantee that most of our learning institutions are connected. In a place like Nigeria, even tertiary education, you still have most people going into universities who don't have access to internet in their hostel. So how can you be learning as a university student in 2024 without internet? So we still have that massive gap there. Also, devices are still quite too affordable for a lot of our people as well. So even for learners whose parents would like to encourage them to use technology or virtual content to augment what they've been taught at school, they still have limitation to access. So we can't even take advantage of it when we talk about remediation, which is a major part of what technology offers, where you learn in classroom, there's a part you're struggling with. You can have your own remedial study outside of school. Quality internet, affordable devices, those things are still in the way.
What's the plan in this case to increase the level of access? Because if you talk about accessibility being one of the issues that need to be taken care of, what is the plan around that?
Is one to be able to quickly reimagine how we use our Universal Service Provision Fund which is a portion of the income that we generate as a government from telecommunications sector, that is meant to help bridge the gap between those who are served and unserved and underserved. At the minute, for us to truly build the digital backbone for Nigeria, we need to lay around 125,000 fiber optic cable, which is the core backbone. And the private sector has only been able to invest in 35%. So government must find ways to accelerate the completion of that target. But one other thing we've done, and we're still doing, is looking at existing infrastructure and saying, because some of them were actually designed to also pass through schools. And the way we're looking at this project is that hoping that in the next 2 to 3 years, we can significantly deploy a major part of that target. And once we do that, we will be able to drive down the cost of good quality internet. And by driving down the cost, academic institutions will be able to reimagine the business model for which they pay for connectivity, because at the minute, most of them don't pay.
What would you say would be some of the innovative solutions that we can look into to make sure that technology-enabled learning is reaching the millions of learners in Nigeria who do not have access to education?
If people are truly connected, we can quickly upskill a lot of our teachers to actually learn about new methods of teaching, give them access to content that they can use to augment what they teach in classroom. But also offer some sort of collaboration amongst these teachers as well, almost like building a virtual community of teachers so that they can also share insights and ideas on how they should teach. Because personally, I believe that education is changing significantly because learners now have access to a ton of content. They are distracted. The way they want to learn is changing. And teachers must be trained and empowered to be able to meet up with these learners where they are at the minute.
How do we convince our ministries of education, or in this case, our governments, that local solutions can work and solve local problems?
I think the ecosystem needs to start to see that to truly get technology into schools, we must approach it from an ecosystem perspective, which means for the program that Mastercard Foundation is running, engaging government together with the startups is extremely important, or working with the accelerator to build a relationship with government and with schools, with association of schools is extremely important and a path to scaling. We can't just expect that the startups on their own will have the greatest marketing team and they'll go from place to place. We're not going to get the scale that we need to get, because the way decisions are taken within formal education system is somewhat through what we may call informed approach. It's not through a sales approach. You're not going to come sell a new education solution to the Ministry of Education and they'll just buy. It's probably going to be based on a policy, or it's going to be based on some sort of funding that some donor is given, especially on the African continent, where an agreement is reached that this is the fix to the problem in your country, and we're giving you money to do it. And as they're giving the money, there are solutions that is being tied to it. That's how we need to start to engage EdTech if we want to see the scale that we want to see.
What kind of policies do we need to make this work?
There's got to be some sort of standard for certifying that solutions actually can lead to the promised learning outcome. Because someone has built something that is technology-based, or they've added artificial intelligence into it, doesn't mean that that solution can actually help a learner achieve their goals. In fact, in some cases, some solutions are dangerous to the way people learn. I think on the other hand as well, is also the need to help government be able to vet and determine what they should be spending money on. Because we shouldn't also forget that government may not also have the capacity or the know-how to actually be able to choose the right technology solutions. You know, they may know that we need a teacher training platform, but what are the things that should be in a teacher training platform? How do you look at to ensure that the technology solutions you're buying can actually meet what you want it to do? I think that gap is there. So you have a significant gap on the side of the government, on the side of those who are building a thorough understanding of education principles and the science that is behind how you teach and how people learn is missing. So there's a need for policies that can both plug that gap, but also inspire thinkings around how both sides can fix these problems.
Technologically speaking, what is working?
We've seen a few school management solutions that have been set to They can be better, but to a large extent, I think they've worked really well. We've seen some global solutions also that they're beyond borders, beyond where they've been created. You've seen things around quizzing, for instance. So Kahoot is a popular EdTech solution that has worked really well. Quizzing is a popular side where we've seen a lot of technology solutions that works because they're quite straightforward. You take existing past questions and you find ways to present it to learner and they can use it to practice. I think where we've not seen great solutions and where artificial intelligence may actually help is in simplifying concept. When people are learning specific concepts in school, being able to simplify it the way a learner would truly grasp what you're talking about. I think that historically has been missing and artificial intelligence can easily help get that done.
We have a young population in Africa and they are being put out there as the youth dividend and also the future of work because we are the youngest population in the world. How can we leverage technology to create opportunities for young people across Africa on the global stage?
If you look at the core of most of the challenges that we have across our key sectors, you can summarize them to be a productivity challenge. A lot of our sectors, not just in Nigeria, but in many African countries, are not punching where they should be. They're really not performing. So productivity is a major issue. We're not optimizing in nearly every sector. If you look at agriculture, Africa can actually be feeding the world if we're doing the right things, perhaps applying science, technology in it. We can be feeding the world. If you think of education, we shouldn't be struggling. We have these young people who are eager to learn if we find really smart, productive ways to teach them. Same for transportation, same for everything. So when you think about that, and you think more, if you go into the economics thinking around Cobb-Douglas production function that says the real way to leapfrog productivity is bring technological innovation into it, then you start to see that though we're youthful, though we have a lot of unemployed people, if we actually prioritize innovation in every of our sectors, you will find that more of our young people can actually lift the continent through their creativity.
Knowing that technology is pretty much dominated by young people, unlike farming, where the average farmer, we're told in Africa, is 60 years old, in technology, the average technology person is probably about 12, and going up. So if we're going to look at the incentives to encourage them to do what they're doing or what they can do best, how are we going about that? Giving them innovative incentives to be able to plug into the benefits of technology.
We've done the work we're doing with AI. We've already funded a significant number of startups focused on agriculture and also education in artificial intelligence. The next strategy we're working on, which is starting in a few weeks, aside from the bill that is going to the National Assembly, is actually on UAV. And we've started talking to some of the top drone manufacturers. So Zipline, for instance, they have significant operations in Nigeria. There's Aseco, which is a French company that is also using drones to map here. We can see the application of drones significantly in the agriculture sector. And we want to encourage more innovations, and not just UAV, sensors and things like that. Because government is investing in that space, we believe that there should be more technology solutions there. And my role is to ensure we can do education on the side of the government, but also then create that ecosystem from the startup side to ensure that more people are also getting involved in that sector and building for it as well.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. Dr. Bosun Tijani, Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you all so much for watching.
Technology is changing education in Africa, and we are thrilled to be at the forefront of this transformative journey. Welcome to the inaugural Mastercard Foundation EdTech Conference 2024, where we delve into how EdTech empowers educators and school leaders to make learning exciting and interactive, but also personalized and inclusive. It's a new era in education, and you are an integral part of it. EdTech is not just a buzzword, but a practical tool for transforming classrooms. Teachers are experiencing increased student engagement, students are enjoying interactive and easy-to-access lessons, and digital platforms are fostering teamwork and providing immediate feedback. We bring together educators, innovators, policymakers, industry leaders, and young people to discuss the future of education in Africa. This year's conference is convened by the Mastercard Foundation Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning in partnership with the federal government of Nigeria. Come, connect with like-minded individuals and explore collaborations and partnerships that will drive educational change as we pave the way for young people to have access to dignified and fulfilling work. Join us at this high-level convening of stakeholders from the 8th to the 10th of July 2024 at the Hilton Transcorp Hotel in Abuja, Nigeria. For more details, visit edtechconference.mastercardfdn.org. Be part of the future of learning.
EdTech Mondays is a series of conversations that leverage technology to improve teaching and learning by bringing together all stakeholders, policymakers, implementers, educators, EdTech entrepreneurs, innovators, teachers, learners, and parents.
Born out of a conversation among EdTech entrepreneurs in Rwanda in 2019, EdTech Mondays blossomed into a monthly Facebook Live discussion during the challenging lockdown period of 2020. This platform has evolved into a crucial cog, driving thought leadership and fostering collaboration between governments and innovators.
Muri 2019 ndumva ariho twatangiye izi EdTech Mondays duhura n'aba rwiyemezamirimo bari muri EdTech cyangwa bari mu burezi bakora technology ikoranabuhanga ryo mu burezi hagiye hiyongeramo companies.
Can you tell us how technology has become sort of critical to the learning experience in classrooms today, and more importantly for the teacher, the parents, and the students?
When we use technology for learning, learning becomes more impactful for the learners because you can explain difficult concepts.
How do you get children to appreciate a subject so complex like robot?
We create purpose to the learning.
When did you start coding? How old were you?
5.
So what has your learning journey been like?
It has been amazing.
What are the parameters that define access to ICT, and how far has Ghana advanced at closing that divide, especially in relation to quality infrastructure for ICT?
First of all, availability of infrastructure, right? It's in the urban areas, it's fine, but in the rural areas is still a problem.
በተለይ መሰረታዊ ትምህርት ላይ ብዙ ጉድለቶች ይታያሉ። በቅርቡን ጥናት ብንወስድ የትምህርት ሚኒስቴር የፈተናዎች ድርጅት በተለምዶ የሚባለው የኢትዮጵያ ትምህርት ምዘናና ፈተናዎች ድርጅት የሚባለው በቅርቡ በአውሮፓ አቆጣጠር በ2021 ትንሽ ዳሰሳ አድርጎ ነበርና ትንሽ የሚያስደነግጥ ውጤት ነው ያለው። ከሁለተኛ ክፍል ተፈታኞች ውስጥ 67.9% የሚሆኑት ምንም ቃል አያነቡ። ከሶስተኛም ክፍል ላይ ከ51% በላይ ማለት ግማሽ በሄዱት ግማሾቹ ምንም ቃል አያነቡ።
Our goal is to transform the enlightened discussions into tangible strategies that align with our shared vision.
That allows the center to gauge the impact of EdTech Mondays conversation with the reality on the ground, collect and analyze feedback, and adjust as needed in order to collectively support the establishment of an EdTech ecosystem that will enable resilient, quality, relevant education system to flourish.
Join us on this journey as we continue to build and transform a technologically enabled, resilient African education ecosystem through compelling discussions and impactful storytelling on the EdTech Mondays platform.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we feeling this morning? Please, first of all, before we even start, all right, if we're excited about day 2, let's please put our hands together for ourselves. Let's start with that energy this morning. I absolutely love it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. We welcome you to day 2 of Mastercard Foundation's EdTech Conference 2024. And I am extremely excited to once again be your host. I am Osaogie Ogboa.
And I am Ayo Mairo Essay. It's such an honor to serve as your hosts, moderators for day 2 of the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Conference 2024. Just before we go on, Osaogie, we said we should find out how people are feeling generally this morning. So please feel free to shout at us in terms of how you're feeling. One word to describe your feeling this morning. How are you feeling today? I heard great in the audience just now. How are you feeling today?
Amazing.
You can say it louder. Amazing. Love it. Hi. Hi. I love it. You know, sometimes there are not enough words to describe how you're feeling. Any more words to describe how you're feeling this morning? Anybody else? Empowered? Did I hear empowered? Excellent. That's what we like to hear. Thank you all so very much.
All right, fantastic. We, of course, once again welcome you. There's so much that we have for you today, just as powerful as yesterday was. For those of you who enjoyed yesterday, imagine that you have a double dose of the fun that we had yesterday and the amount of information and knowledge that we had yesterday. But before we get into that, let's quickly share with you some housekeeping rules to kick off day 2.
Yes, yesterday we shared a few things to ensure that we had a smooth conference, and I'd like to say big thank you to everyone for working with us to ensure that we truly had a smooth time yesterday. Thank you. Now today, just to remember, again, we're not expecting any fire drill. However, if you do hear an alarm, then we would have ushers direct us to the 2 exits, one to the left-hand side and the other to the right-hand side, where you can make your way out very quickly and in orderly fashion. Also, to ensure that we minimize distractions, may we please ask that you kindly put your phones on silent. Please put your phones on silent. They can vibrate just so that we minimize distractions, which we did fantastically well yesterday. We hardly had any disruptions yesterday. Also, just to mention, yesterday, I believe we are familiar from yesterday, we're familiar with the tea and coffee breakout rooms and also the lunch area. It remains the same for today, and we'll continue to give information as we proceed.
Fantastic, and I think with that, we're good to go. Yes, we are. All right. Now, let's also quickly share with you quick announcements. Just to mention, there's going to be, almost all the sessions will be live streamed. So if you have friends and family who are watching us online, they can always be a part of it and they can participate through the live stream. And also with the Hoover app, if you haven't registered yet, I'm not sure why, but please ensure that you get registered on the Hoover app and you can see every bit of the information that happens here today, tomorrow. Every single bit of it is going to be on the Hoover app. You can also get to ask questions while the panel sessions are ongoing. Right there on the Hoover app. It's one of the most important aspects of what we're doing here. So please get on the Hoover app. I'm sure you also remember yesterday we had the exhibition area on your right side. Yes, it's over there, where we have people who have some of the latest trends in education technology. They have come here to display them, and so every now and then it's okay that you take a walk over there, take a look at what they have to offer and some of the latest innovations that they're also bringing into education technology right here. And also remember, there's a hashtag. If we still, for those of us who remember it, it is hashtag EdTech Conference 2024. So I want us to say it out loud. Hashtag EdTech Conference
2024.
Okay, one more time, because I see some people are still, one more time. Hashtag EdTech Conference
2024.
I love it. All right, so that's the hashtag we're using. If you're going to be posting any pictures or any information, I remember that we gave a shout out to someone yesterday who was very, very passionate about what we're doing. So if you would love to also be recognized because of how much you're sharing information on this conference, please remember to use the hashtag. We will see you and we will definitely recognize you. But before we get into today, let's quickly share with you a recap of some of the amazing things that we saw yesterday.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm good morning to all of you. And let me also, on behalf of the Mastercard Foundation, welcome everyone to this, what we call the Inaugural Mastercard Foundation EdTech Conference 2024. The young people in Africa are going to be the largest proportion of the world's workforce. So investing in education in Africa is not only about Africa, but rather it is about investing in human capital for the world.
One of the things we have responsibility for is to get those out of school either back to school or skilled to be able to engage in works. Technology is a very major component of it that we are going to deploy.
We know connectivity can allow that young lady, young man in the village to have the same quality education as you get when you go to MIT or you come to Lagos Business School. We already know that's been proven. It is possible. But the challenge is, how do we ensure that these people are connected and connected affordably?
Government needs to reinvent the narrative around education and then around ed tech. We need to break it down. We need to help people understand and see their own role in making this work intentionally.
I can do this.
Technology will never remove the need for quality teachers. Teachers remain so important. The issue is therefore, how do we use technology to support teacher professional development at scale?
I think it's also important for us to consider an AI footprint. We're in it, we cannot move away from it, we need to embrace it.
And we thank every single person as well for being such great sports. You've made day one truly memorable and impactful. Absolutely amazing. We had such an amazing, impactful, unforgettable day one of conference yesterday.
Yes, we absolutely did. And I saw, some people laughing because there were some moves that were busted just at the end. But it shows that, aside the learning and the information that was shared yesterday, aside the impactful conversations that we had yesterday, there was still a little bit of relaxation. There was some networking, which we're going to get into in a bit, but we're really, really excited. We did get to hear from the Honorable Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Maman, yesterday. We also got to hear from the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, yesterday. So it was a really, really powerful day. Some of the panelists also, Chimdi Neleako also was here yesterday. Really, really impactful. And, just like I said yesterday, I'm excited about the very first steps that we've taken from yesterday and looking forward to so much more greatness in the future.
Absolutely. Now, talking about the highlights from yesterday, we just showed you about 3 minutes of what was an 8-hour day or more. And so we thought it was important in driving the conversation this morning to go into the audience to find out what was the highlight for you from day one of the conference.
Yes.
So let's
if there's any parts of it that you remember, that you're excited from yesterday, please, we'd like to hear from you. And I know that some people didn't get to speak yesterday, maybe during the question and answer session. So this might be your time to also share one thing that really excited you yesterday. So we're going to take a walk around, Aye and I.
Okay, so let me move on to Team A, while Osage goes on to Team O.
Team O, please don't let me down, okay? You remember how we did it yesterday. So I'm just going to move around, pick at random. One thing that excited you about what we heard yesterday. What's your name? And then let me know one thing.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Great Namani. And I think what stood out for me yesterday was the fact that we were able to review some of the challenges limiting teachers' ability to use EdTech, which I think is very important given that there are key stakeholders as well in the EdTech space.
Fantastic. Ayo.
Fantastic. So I was walking and I saw this young man with a very bright smile. And so his smile drew me to him and I said, you know I'm coming to you, right? Your name and what was the highlight for you from yesterday?
Thank you very much. My name is Stephen Owusu from Ghana. I was so excited about how that young student, that young lady, trying to tell us what EdTech has really done for her. And that statement she made, I can do this. I'm taking that home to my students. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Love it. Everyone echo, I can. Well done.
I absolutely love that part also, and I think everyone should definitely go home with that spirit. I'm going to take the mic to, okay, so your name and one thing you learned yesterday that you're excited about.
Morning, everybody. Tracy Chambers from Grow ECD. I'm just amazed at the talent in this room. I think my favorite part is always meeting incredible people doing incredible things. Learned a lot from people over drinks, over lunch, and yeah, Africa is alive with talent. Thank you.
A round of applause for that, please. Africa is alive with talent.
Thank you very much. And thank you for mentioning the drinks and the food, because that's part of the entire experience, isn't it? All right, let me come to this beautiful woman here. And, you know, sometimes when you see the microphone coming towards you, you're very busy. You start looking at things, looking away, searching for other things. Good morning. What's your name? And what was one highlight from you from yesterday's, from day one?
Good morning. I'm Nazira Hussain from the University of Witwatersrand, Johannesburg, South Africa. I think the highlight yesterday stems from the foregrounding of what came out of our session, and that was the scalable and sustainable nature of integrating educational technologies in learning and teaching. And the good part was that we had a lot of collaboration, so I look forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Very beautiful. Very beautiful. Let me face these people. Everyone is deeply into their laptops and phones, but it's going to come to you. So let me speak to my brother here in glasses.
Hello, I'm Ousseynou. I'm an entrepreneur from Senegal. I wasn't here yesterday. Thank you.
It says it wasn't here yesterday, but good to have you here today anyway. All right, were you here yesterday? Yes, you were. All right, let's hear from you.
Okay, my name is Dami. It was a great session yesterday. All the panel sessions were very brilliant, but I particularly loved the breakout session where we discussed about the higher institution and how to integrate technology into those spaces, because that's where I'm particular about. The networking was really brilliant as well, and it seemed like Mastercard had an agenda to feed us to stupor. You know, it was really brilliant. Thank you. Thank you.
Mastercard Foundation never fails. Absolutely never fails. Aya?
All right, thank you so much. Now, I'm going to come to the middle here, and your beautiful scarf and yellow frames are shouting, come to me with the microphone. So good morning. Tell us your name, please, what country you're from, and of course, what your highlight from day one was.
Where am I? Yes. All right, my name is Bola Edwards, and I'm from right here in Nigeria. Yesterday was amazing. I particularly loved the session with the Honorable Minister of Communication. And it was great to really see, he spoke a lot, and that said a lot. He spoke about his ideas, where his heart actually is, and that for me was very insightful and informative. He talked about the infrastructure and how to actually link all the ecosystem. And then he finally ended it with, and I'm very serious. That for me was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, please. Thank you for the round of applause. And good thing he's coming this morning as well. The first plenary session, the panel is going to be with him. So we have more robust conversations with him and, of course, other distinguished speakers.
Very true. Today is completely packed full. I'm going to have one more person. I remember his face from yesterday. He was one of the breakout sessions that we had. So I'm going to pass the mic to him so he can also share, right? One thing, his name, and then one thing he enjoyed the most about yesterday.
My name is Asmalash from Ethiopia. From yesterday conference, I learned that the power of digital is influencing the education and the way we learn. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you very much. So you were talking about networking and how important it is.
We're about to take things up a little higher, right? But before we go on, just to mention that in order to make the conference, the EdTech conference, as inclusive as possible, we've ensured that we provided translation services in 3 different languages, so Arabic, Portuguese, and French. And yesterday we had announced that to my left, that's your right-hand side, we have seats there with headphones where you can, if you need translation, go there. Also, we have sign language as well. Please, if you need anything at all to make you more comfortable and to make the conference more accessible to you, please let us know, and we'd be happy to see what we can do to ensure that you have an excellent time with us in the next few days remaining. Now, let's talk about networking. One of the things that came out really strongly yesterday was the power of collaboration and how we can do more together. And we set a challenge at different times. Meet people, talk to people. Let's find out what others are doing. Visit the exhibition stalls, which I believe you all did greatly. So we're going to do a little challenge. Osage, are you ready?
I am 100%.
So the challenge is very simple. We'd like to know or find out anyone who can name at least 5 people they met that they didn't know prior to coming to this conference. But beyond that, it's not just their names. What do they do? Is there anyone who is willing to take up that challenge?
So we're going to do it once again, with Team A and Team O. So please, my Team O people, please, 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 all right? Don't, in Nigerian terms, don't fall my hand. So I want to know that you did actually network yesterday. You met a few people, you exchanged complimentary cards if you had to, you exchanged ideas as well. So by show of hands, all right, before I pass the mic around, by show of hands, let me have your hands up if you want to share 3 or 5 people actually, like Ayo said,
yes,
that you met yesterday. Show of hands.
I have someone here, you have someone on your team, let us see.
Okay.
Good morning, gentlemen. What's your name? And tell us 5 people you met yesterday. New people. You didn't know them prior to yesterday.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm from Zambia. My name is George. I met Ike here. That's the first one. Then I met
Ike by show of hands, so we know he's not just picking names. Thank you.
Then I met Femi. I don't know where he is in the group. Yeah. Then I met Steen from GPE. Somewhere here. I think the next one, I think, is Joseph. Joseph right here from Mastercard. The other one is Albert from Kenya. He's an Albert from Gilbert from Kenya.
Where's Gilbert?
Gilbert is right here. Yay! Yeah, he was one of the panelists also.
Please, can you give him a round of applause? You get an extra plate of lunch. Extra plate of food during lunch for your efforts, please. Thank you so much.
He seems to have been all over the place yesterday because he met so many people. I'm sure if you left the mic with him, he will keep calling names that he met. So let's have one person from here. Please, Team O, please. All right? Someone has named 5 people already. Please, you shouldn't fall my hand.
All right. So I met Sarah. Sarah is an EdTech entrepreneur from South Africa. I met Eduardo. He works with IPA, Innovations for Poverty Action. Happens to be the only researcher I met, like me. Then I met Ifoma. Ifoma works with New Globe. She's right over there. She works with New Globe. New Globe's stories over there. Then I also met Rosie Finn, who happens to be the Mastercard lead at here. And then I met Jennifer. Jennifer happens to also be the co-lead of EdTech Hub in in Kenya. And then I met Rodrigo. Hi, Rodrigo. So, yeah, Rodrigo works with Grad Day, which happens to be also a partner of my organization. That's really amazing.
Okay. Absolutely love it. Absolutely. And that is one of the things that we hope that everybody would do while, they're here at the conference. Don't go back home, almost the same way you came. Go back and, know that you've established new relationships, new connections, new conversations that would also lead to a lot of progress in the future.
One thing that's really special at Salge is that they've also mentioned people from different countries.
Yes.
So your network has expanded, not just in terms of the people that you've met, but also the countries that you have potential influence and opportunities to learn as to how they're using technology to foster resilient and, of course, inclusive learning in Africa. Now, can we give people an opportunity to actually rectify? Because some people are like, I don't know if I met even one person yesterday. There's something we call speed networking. For the next few minutes, if you don't mind, would like you to, 3 minutes, 1 minute each, give your elevator speech, meet someone new, and then when you hear the bell, you move to the next person. Is that okay? Can we do that?
Yes,
give me your yes to know that when the music stops here, so that everyone can hear it. Can we do that this morning? Be like this young man here and just reel out names that you met at the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Conference 2024. I see people already going. Your minute starts now.
Remember, once the music stops, you change, all right? So please meet as many people as possible, exchange numbers, share complimentary cards. Exchange complimentary cards, get their names, find out where they work, all sorts of information that you can gather. Networking is one of the key aspects of what we're doing here because we understand the importance of sharing ideas and the importance of establishing new relationships. So once again, please feel free. It's not limited to just other members of the audience. You could also meet people who are panelists, people who are right here in front who are going to be speakers, members of the panel, moderators. Every single person is open to be interacted with. So go ahead, move around. Remember, when the music stops, you move to someone new. So you have about 2-3 minutes to have that conversation, or 1 minute rather, to have that conversation with anybody.
So the music stops after 1 minute. After 1 minute, music stops and then we switch.
Exchange numbers, give out your complimentary cards. This might be the opportunity for you to even meet people who will elevate your ideas. And the brilliant ideas that you brought to the EdTech Conference 2024, this might be that opportunity that you meet people who will elevate those ideas, polish them, and make them even shine brighter. So yes, go ahead and network. We have about 20 seconds left, and then you move to the next person. Remember, it is not restricted to just members of the audience behind. You can also meet people in front, meet members of the Mastercard Foundation, meet members of the moderating team or panelists. Every single person. Time's up, okay? Now let us switch things up. It's time for you to move to another person. It's time to move to another person for the next 1 minute, because we're going to be asking you at the end of this the names of the 2 or 3 people that you've met. So again, the names of the 2 or 3 people you've met in this very, very brief session. So move around, ask people their names. We have 40 seconds and then the music changes again. In the next 40 seconds, the music changes and you move to another person. "17 seconds, and then we switch to someone new. Take advantage of this very, very important opportunity to network, to exchange ideas, to give out your complimentary cards, to exchange numbers, and time is up. One more move. It's time to move to another person. It's time to move to another person. Quickly, 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 move to another person. We're going to be asking you the 3 people that you've met in this time, okay? We're going to be asking you 3 people that you've met just this morning. So please move to another person. We have 40 seconds. Exchange numbers, exchange ideas. Don't waste this opportunity, because networking is very, very important and is one of the things that Mastercard Foundation hopes to promote and hopes to ensure that everybody gets a chance to do while we're here. So once again, move around. 23 seconds left. Move around, and then right after this, we're going to be asking you, who have you met? What new connections have you established? What new relationships have you established? Who has your complimentary cards? How many numbers have you collected? And what new ideas are you maybe even working on? I absolutely, absolutely love it. Time's up. Well, time for just one more, and then we get to speak with the crowd, all right? One more move, let's go. One more move, let's go. Ayo and I are going to be speaking to you in the next 1 minute and getting you to share how many people you've spoken with, how many people you've interacted with, what new names and new numbers and new connections you've established. So once again, 45 seconds to go. 45 seconds, and then you settle down, and we definitely will be speaking with you. Ten seconds.
And time up. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Delegates, we're really grateful. You can please take your seats. Speed networking is over. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Please settle down. Please settle down. I understand how exciting it is to finally get to shake these hands and to have these conversations and to network and to exchange complimentary cards. But time's up, so let's get you back to your seats and continue with day 2. And of course, now we're going to be asking you the names of 3 people that you've met in the last 5 minutes.
Distinguished delegates, may we please ask that you take your seats. We know how exciting networking is, but this is just the beginning. We have a full day of getting to meet more people and deepen.
Are needed to have this conversation. Please, can we settle down? Please, can we quickly settle down, ladies and gentlemen? Let's get to know who you've met
All right, so I'll just ask one person on this side, Osage on the other. If you can tell us 3 people that you met, and then we'll go straight into the very first plenary for today. Any takers? Anyone?
Show of hands.
Okay, I love it. Thank you. What's your name? And tell us who you met.
Okay, so my name is Choma, and I met 5 amazing people. I'm going to tell you 3 names. So I met Professor Paul. He's doing something very amazing in Uganda with innovation and education. I met Pascal as well. She's the director for innovation and education, and she works with a company in Canada. And I also met Abdullah. So Abdullah also is from Uganda. And also, yeah, thank you so much. And it's really great to have met everyone.
That's very good.
Thank you, Chioma.
All right. Anyone from this side? Show of hands. We want to know 3 people that you met in the speed networking session we just did. Show of hands, or I just passed the mic around. Okay, brilliant.
All right, I am Augustine Bami Anthony from Sierra Leone. I was happy to meet Khan. Khan works with the Mastercard Foundation, and he has something I love. He works with robotic, so I like that. I met Samantha, also at the Mastercard Foundation. Of course, Samuel, who works with the disability movement here in Nigeria. I met those people. Thank you.
All right, that's very, very, very interesting.
Excellent.
And thank you very much for that.
All right, Osage, I met Solomon originally from Ghana. He's lived 7 years in the past in Lagos, Nigeria. So he says he's almost more Nigerian than me.
Okay.
He works with Rich for Change, yes. Headquartered in Sweden and doing fantastic work, and one of the implementing partners for EdTech in Ethiopia, working with the Mastercard Foundation. So really lovely to meet you, Solomon.
I was, worried, that nobody wanted to meet the hosts. Nobody wanted to network with the hosts for a second, but at least you met someone. We're excited. All right. To get into today's day 2 of the EdTech Conference 2024. Once again, this is the energy that we're bringing. We're excited about it. And like Ayo had mentioned, the presence and the collaboration, the partnership that the Nigerian government is giving to Mastercard Foundation shows how important it is to them. And so we're moving into our very first panel session. And so we would like that we introduce the moderator for that session. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for the Director, Digital Economy, Mastercard Foundation, Rodwell Mangisi. A round of applause.
Hello. Before I start, I would like to pose a question to everyone here. What percentage of schools on sub-Saharan Africa do you think have access to electricity? And then I'll add to that question. What percentage of schools in sub-Saharan Africa do you think are connected to the internet? I'll give you the answer. So the answer is 32%. 32% of schools have got access to electricity, and under 30% have access to the internet. Why is that statistic important? The panelists I'm going to introduce you today will be discussing the requirements for a strong, robust digital infrastructure for a sustainable and a strong EdTech ecosystem. So ladies and gentlemen, as we discuss, we're going to look at what are those requirements, what are the things that we're supposed to be looking at. So allow me to introduce our distinguished guests, our experts in the field of, in terms of helping us get some of these answers for infrastructure requirements for the EdTech economy. So first up, I would like to introduce my dear colleague, Joseph Sengimana. He needs no further introduction. Please come through, sir. He's the director at the Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning at the Mastercard Foundation. Second up, Mr. Robert Hawkins, Senior Education Specialist at the World Bank. Last but not least, Dr. Bosun Tijan, the Honorable Minister of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy here in the Republic of Nigeria. Welcome, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. Please be seated. All right. Gentlemen, without further ado, I think let's kick it off. Robert, you are closer to the data at the World Bank. So I will start with you. Right. Yeah, what insights can you share from the World Bank's work on infrastructure development, specifically in the education sector, and how can these insights be applied to the African context?
Yeah, I'd like to pick off where we stopped off yesterday with regard to starting with the why and the for what. And it's really important to start before we engage in a discussion on the how of what are the changes we want to see in the classroom, and recognizing that we're in a learning crisis with challenges around early grade reading, challenges around relevance of education, the large number of dropouts. And I think that the key questions that we've been asking as part of this partnership with the Mastercard Foundation is, what is the role of technology to respond to what we saw from COVID as a new digital divide, as a new access issue with regard to digital access, and how we think about using technology to create more resilience in the system. And what is the vision for each country in terms of what does that resilience look like? What does a connected school look like? And the second big question that we're asking is, what do future skills look like? What are the types of skills that we want young people to develop in the future? And I think part of the dialogue has gone from EdTech as a luxury to EdTech as part of the solution. And you can almost argue, looking at the number of youth that aren't getting access under the current system, as EdTech as a necessity. And as a real means to provide equity in education. And looking beyond kind of the inputs that we have right now with regard to schools, with regard to teachers, textbooks, and the incredible demographic dividend and opportunity that this continent faces, there's simply no way that we will be able to build enough schools, train enough teachers, print enough textbooks. So I think we need to argue first that EdTech needs to be part of this solution. So the World Bank is looking at this from a number of perspectives, and let me just kind of go through the different aspects of infrastructure that we're looking at. First of all is schools. How do we think about schools? We've developed a new strategy that specifically doesn't mention schools, but mentions transformative spaces. So how do we begin to look at other opportunities for access points across the continent, whether it's community learning centers, libraries, to provide the opportunity for a hybrid learning environment to students. The second, as you rightly mentioned, is electricity. And in every conversation we have with ministries of education around EdTech policies, this issue of digital infrastructure and the fact that only 30% of the schools are connected to electricity is the number one issue. And looking at kind of both on-grid and off-grid solutions, the role of solar is essential in this discussion. And I'll get more into kind of how the World Bank has been working with electricity providers, the opportunities to connect schools through private-public partnerships. The next aspect of infrastructure is the connectivity challenge, which again, you said is less than 20%, around 20%. Yeah. And again, I think technology here has a huge opportunity. Fiber is obviously the best, but that requires a lot of civil works. But again, you look at the demographics and the data around coverage for mobile, and mobile is an untapped resource. I think the panel yesterday at the end of the day talked about mobile as a future technology that we need to design around. And you look at coverage of mobile is around 80% across the continent, but affordability is very low. And part of the issues around lack of use of mobile is affordability and digital skills. So it's a dual problem. So I think thinking about the role of mobile, as well as new opportunities around satellite connectivity, and specifically Starlink. I was in Zimbabwe a few weeks ago where Starlink was provided a license, which is kind of a policy regulatory issue, and it's already driven down costs on connectivity. So we've got spaces, we've got electricity, we've got connectivity, And now we have devices. And I think on devices, we have to think really hard about devices for what. So as we think about device procurement, we need to think about how young people are going to be using these devices. They will be consuming. They'll be consuming information. They'll be connecting. They'll be questioning. And they'll be creating. So each aspect of that learning will require a different type of device. You may be able to use your mobile phone for consuming and connecting, but it might not be the best device for creating, for instance. So it takes some thinking in terms of the types of skills, again, that you want to develop. And again, the consumption, the critical thinking, the communication, the collaboration, and the creativity are all the types of skills that we're hearing from the private sector on skills that are lacking in many of our programs.
No, thank you so much, Rob. Look, really, you've set the scene quite well, right? You are speaking about EdTech as a necessity, right? And all the things you're speaking about, skilling, they're built at a base. There's a base we're talking about. So maybe let me move over to you, Honorable Minister, and ask, how can governments address, the challenges related to internet connectivity, access to technology, specifically in rural and underserved areas?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I think it's an interesting foundational question for education technology connectivity, because most of the solutions that nearly everyone in the room here is building will require that people are connected or they have access to affordable devices. If I use the case of Nigeria, for instance, I think one thing I found upon appointment is the size of non-consumption that exists in a country like Nigeria. And I think it's the case for most African countries as well. And we don't pay attention to the fact that infrastructure development needs to be seen as a business, right? If we're going to see deployment and investment in connectivity infrastructure, in more broadband on the African continent, we have to be able to justify the return on the investment for the businesses that will invest. I know on the African continent, we talk a lot about how Africa is mobile first. I'm taking it upon myself as a mandate to actually discourage people from accepting that narrative, because I think it puts a stop on how far we can grow. There's so much more we can do when we extend connectivity beyond mobile, and there's a limit to what we can do when we limit connectivity to mobile. Like in many countries, in Nigeria, we now have 9 submarine cables. And if you look at those cables carefully, we're probably not using 15% of the capacity that the submarine cables are carrying. And the problem is that we're not investing in the last mile infrastructure to get this connectivity to people who actually need it. And you'll be surprised at some of the things that we see. So I've seen people who do analysis of where you should invest in connectivity infrastructure based on nighttime satellite data. Many people may not know that. So there's a data set which shows the economic activities in different parts of Africa at night. And if you're a Nigerian, you already understand that there's something faulty with that data set. Because if that data set is what you use to determine where economic activities exist, you're deceiving yourself in a place like Nigeria. For instance, I'm a farmer as well, and my farm is located in a village that is called Imashai, which has, I think, about 70,000, 80,000 people living around that area. But there are other smaller villages around that town. The town is not had electricity for the last 5, 6, 7 years. So if you use nighttime satellite data, you're not going to invest in that location, because by that data set, there's no economic activities in that neighborhood. But it's a lie. There's a lot of young people, agriculture is big, education is big in that location. So someone needs to actually invest in the future of the location, not the current reality of it. And that's what I see in Africa. So we figured, like I said yesterday, that every state in Nigeria has about 1,000 education institutions, whether it's primary school, secondary school, or tertiary institution. Close to, based on random analysis, over 90% of these institutions are not connected. And in the same country where we are meant to invest in 125,000 kilometers of fiber, we've done 35,000 kilometers, and that 35,000 is not being fully utilized. So you even have fiber optic cable that are not actually being fully utilized. So we need business people to actually build business models and new ideas and products for how you connect those schools. Anyone that has studied abroad, whether it's in the UK, anywhere in Europe, or even beyond, you know there are services like EduRoam, for instance. How many people know about EduRoam? There should be people in the room who know EduRoam. These are specialized connectivity service providers to tertiary institutions. I don't know about many of such businesses in a country like Nigeria. So someone needs to create those businesses, because when you're talking about connecting those schools, how do we connect them? Who's going to pay for them? How do they keep it sustainable? What content are we going to put on the connectivity when we actually get them connected? Someone needs to figure that out. And that's the gap we have. So there's a massive non-consumption gap, and businesses are not building enough to help crack the solution for how we connect schools. And until we do that, government will struggle. So the government of Nigeria today, we've taken a decision, which is being led by the World Bank, that we're going to put together a $2 billion fund to actually deploy 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable. But before doing that, we said to ourselves, it's not enough to deploy the cable, because the 35,000 kilometers that we have is not being fully utilized. So when we deploy the 90,000, what are we going to do about it? So we started something called the Broadband Alliance. And the Broadband Alliance is set out to go to institutions that are not connected and then look for business models to connect them. So instead of waiting for the 90,000 kilometers, we're now using our satellite, because Nigeria has a satellite. It's the only country in West Africa with its own satellite. And the satellite has the ability, like Starlink, to beam internet. So we're now using the satellite to actually beam internet to schools, to government institutions. And we're saying if we beam the internet to schools, if schools are connected, if the content is there, how will that affect learning outcomes? If we can justify the impact of connectivity on learning outcome, then we can justify why governments should spend money connecting those schools. So I think that sort of thinking is what we need to mainstream. And again, I challenge the EdTech ecosystem to not only think in software, we need to start thinking hardware as well. It's the same thing we're going to find with devices. What model can we create that will allow us to give laptops to people such that perhaps students can pay through credit systems? Like in Nigeria, we've now just launched a credit bureau as well. And part of the goal is that the credit bureau, through parents, can help learners to acquire the devices that they need. Can they pay in small chunks? We've seen this thing in India. We saw the Geo model where people buy and get access to their devices. They get internet on it. Then they layer so many other services on it as well. I think that's the kind of thinking and disruption that we need to see to truly build the platform that EdTech solutions need to ride on across the continent.
Wow. Infrastructure. Yeah, please, round of applause. Very insightful. So the business case for infrastructure, and invest in the future, not in the current state. So Joseph, this segues nicely, into my question to you. We're hearing, there's a challenge and a call to action for almost like partnerships with governments. So my question to you is, how can regional cooperation and partnerships be leveraged to address common infrastructure challenges and to promote scalability of EdTech solutions in Africa?
Well, thank you very much. I think I'll build on what Honorable Minister said and what Bob said around ensuring that so basically all the stakeholders are at the table. When we look at the establishment of infrastructure, we need to look at it holistically. So for instance, we have the physical infrastructure, we have the telcos, we have the government, we have the private sector. And I'd actually pick on an example that we saw during COVID. Where COVID hit, the government, the private sectors got together and to try to find solutions. In a number of countries, for instance, there's zero-rated education content, therefore facilitating learners to be able to access it. And so you can ask yourself, if we were able to do that during COVID, what would it take to do it in the normal circumstances? The industry, obviously they need a license, the license which the government issues, and the private sector uses it to schools and the institution and what have you. Is there an opportunity within that discussion to find a solution where content can be zero-rated when it's education-related content for good? Maybe it could be part of the cost of the licensing. Some discussion, right? The point that I'm trying to make here is that we need to have stakeholders at the table looking at the solution together. It's not that you look at it and impose it to the private sector, but they are part of the discussion to find a way to expand their custom base, right, by enabling the infrastructure, the platform through which these customers can access their businesses around that. So I think that's an example where a collaboration among the stakeholders can actually yield results that we are looking for. That's one thing. The other point I will make is that when we talk about infrastructure, we tend to stick with connected infrastructure, not distributed infrastructure. So when we think of electricity, for example, we're thinking about lines connecting different schools, different villages, and what have you. Maybe we can start to think along the lines of, disconnected, like solar. We could start to think about, instead of laying miles and miles of wires, what if we connect with solar to these different schools? Is it possible? The innovation that has taken place in this space in the last decade is making the solution affordable and applicable. Maybe that's one of the things we can start looking at. The other thing, even on a connectivity, for the last mile, we start looking at, maybe I know, satellite has been very expensive in the past, but the prices are coming down considerably. Starlink as an example. So they become affordable. So this could be some of the solutions we can start to explore and establish a partnership that enable them to actually be installed and be used in a way that is still commercially viable, but affordable. So I think those are the examples of some of the partnerships that can be established by the stakeholders to actually enable for us to provide the necessary access to quality and relevant education for our children.
Thank you so much, Joseph. So bring everyone around the table, look at alternative solutions, not the traditional solutions. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to ask a few more questions, but ladies and gentlemen, we will try to leave a few minutes at the end of the questions for you to also ask from the floor. So we'll ask maybe one or two people to ask questions. So if you can start thinking of some questions for our panelists, that will be great. So Robert, let me come back to you. You are from the World Bank, but in general, how can international financial institutions support African countries in building the necessary infrastructure for a sustainable EdTech ecosystem?
Yeah, so most of our financing for the larger infrastructure projects have been really private-public partnerships, where both the public sector and the private sector take on both the financing and the risks and distribution of the revenue over a certain period of time. I think this model can apply to electricity, to connectivity. I do think, however, that there's a huge opportunity and challenge more broadly within education budgets. That it'd be great to hear what the Honorable Minister has to think about this challenge between capital expenditures on data centers, on purchasing equipment, versus operational expenditures for providing for infrastructure as a service. Cloud is a great example of how do you sustain a cloud service. And this is even more important with our next discussion on AI and how do we support access to AI. and even thinking about education as a service as well. A lot of our financing in education is really results-based. So we don't finance inputs as much as we do results. And there was a discussion yesterday also about outcome-based financing on the government side. It would also be interesting to see to what extent that can be applied to education as a service. What are the types of results that you want to see with regard to getting kids back into school, finishing courses, ultimately learning, perhaps getting employment? And what would the government be willing to pay for those results? And we're very interested also in the role of technology to be able to more transparently and effectively capture those results in real time and disperse resources based on these results. So I just throw those out as some potential aspects of building off of what we've previously done with regard to private-public partnerships and results-based financing and the potential role of technology, and also the challenge that the Ministry of Education budgets face with many of these schemes.
Thank you so much. So infrastructure as a service, could you all elaborate just a little bit on that? When you say infrastructure as a service.
No, I mean, a great example is cloud services. So okay. you don't purchase a data center. You will purchase the service from one of the large providers, and you use what you need. So it takes away the capacity constraint that many of our ministries face. It's not their core business to be digital infrastructure providers. And it also takes away many of maybe the unneeded costs of maintaining that infrastructure. So you only pay for the infrastructure that you actually need.
Thank you, Robert. Honorable Minister, let me come back to you. I know you've already touched on some of this, but just bring it closer to home here in Nigeria. Maybe if you can elaborate on some of the initiatives and even priorities for your ministry in enhancing, we've been discussing digital infrastructure, so in enhancing digital infrastructure development, especially to support EdTech.
Thank you. I think borrowing from countries like India and a few other countries in Africa are already going on this journey as well. I think the maturity around the thinking on how government supports digital infrastructure is also, it's growing on the continent. Historically, it's been a good to have, something that you layer on the work that government does. But I think digital infrastructure is now being seen as a critical component of how government supports citizens through live events. And live events are critical demands that citizens would expect that their government is there to meet their needs and serve them as well. So things like when you give birth to a child, you expect that whatever you need to do with the government is digitized. When you're going to school or you're registering your child for school, when you're writing your exam, when you're paying your taxes. So that sophistication is getting government to see digital infrastructure almost as the same level as railway or road and things like that. So these are becoming critical infrastructure that we have to put in place. So when we talk about it, it's also going beyond just connectivity. It's talking about things like digital ID, for instance, the ability to be able to digitally identify people, which I think is also quite important for education. As you talk about interoperability in education, you have to be able to ID the people. They have to be able to carry their education information with them wherever they go, which is something, again, that is extremely important for the EdTech ecosystem. The second one is payment, the ability to be able to seamlessly also do digital payments. I think people don't talk about this enough, but when you think of the case of Kenya, for instance, and East Africa, because you have the likes of M-Pesa, it's actually quite simple and easy for people to pay for content, which makes it easy for EdTech companies to also monetize as well. And you see countries like Nigeria, we've also done something similar with our interbank settlement system, which makes it easy for you to do digital payments. Then the third one, which most countries are still struggling with, is data exchange. The ability for you to exchange data amongst different governments, institutions, and agencies. Again, many people don't pay attention to it, but it's actually quite critical. In formal education, where you want to be able to support learners both within school, but outside of school for remediation, there's the ability, you need to be able to carry and see what they're doing in school, outside of school. It needs to fit into some of the EdTech solutions for you to be able to personalize the learning that you truly want to personalize. So that's the starting point for us in Nigeria. We've done a few hard work to be able to determine how we build that. Nigeria has a strong digital ID system. We have a strong interbank settlement system. We don't have a data exchange system, and that's what we're building at the minute. And the idea is that when you have a robust backbone and you then invest in connectivity, it becomes a lot easier for innovators to start to build innovative solutions that can serve people. And those innovative solutions, when you look at them in the context of education, is how we begin to say, if we connect all the schools in Nigeria, what does that truly mean? What's the return on that investment? How do we ensure that the learners are actually learning? You know, if we do that connection, if government can't collect that data, it will be almost impossible. If you're asking government in the state to invest in putting infrastructure in 1,000 schools, but the government is unable to track what is happening within the school, it's going to be difficult for government to justify why they need to keep that budget line. So this is something we're prioritizing, and I think the way forward, in conversation with Joseph, for instance, part of what we need to be thinking of in a country like Nigeria is to have a clear EdTech strategy. You know, a country where you have the private sector building, the public sector doing what they know, without some sort of harmonized thinking around what do we need to leapfrog education technology is going to struggle. And for us to be able to do that, a key component of that will be, can we build the digital public infrastructure for education as well? Some sort of backbone, the stack that allow anyone from any part of the country to build solutions for education, knowing that the government's information and data set is also available for them to be able to tap into while they are building. And government can also see what the private sector is doing. So I think it's much more than just connectivity or devices. It's taking that holistic approach and view to what truly digital infrastructure is in education that will help us leapfrog the way we want to do.
Thank you so much, sir. Very insightful. So, Joseph, what I'm hearing is also shared digital public infrastructure, right? That's what I'm hearing. So I think for our next EdTech, we might even need more stakeholders to make sure that everyone is involved, because I see there's an overlap across the different sectors. That being said, Joseph, let me come to you. Can you maybe elaborate on specific policies or initiatives that you believe could help, address some of the EdTech infrastructure gaps, in your space?
Well, I think what Honorable Minister has said, we just have to put it in the policies so that we make sure that they are implemented regardless of who's at the helm of the ministry. And I rely on the goodness of the minister himself, because that they tend to change. But nevertheless, I think there is a couple of things we talked about. When we talk about the infrastructure, there are areas where there is a commercial imperative to put the infrastructure there. If you talk about Lagos, if you talk about Abuja, it makes sense to have the infrastructure there from a commercial perspective. But there are areas where it's rural, it's remote, there are not a lot of people that live there, that there is no commercial imperative for a company to extend resources to reach those areas. And I think in yesterday's conversation, there was a mention of universal service funds that actually are put together, collected from the telcos themselves, where then the government can use those resources, allocate those resources, to make sure that those areas also do have access, right? Because you can expand, you can use those resources to expand there. But all this is really require a policy action. So we want to make sure that that kind of policy is in place. Second, and I think a lot of EdTech entrepreneurs would agree on this point, is that the government needs to make it easy for them to do business with the government. If you think about education, in most countries, well over 90% of learners are in public schools. So you cannot reach this without going through the government, without working with the government. But sometimes entrepreneurs will struggle on how to actually do business with the government. And so perhaps coming up with ways in which is clear and outlines ways in which EdTech entrepreneurs, those who are actually generating innovation, can do business with the government so that the majority of learners have access to the quality education that they deserve, I think would be a very good thing to actually put in action. And so those are some of the elements, I think, that the government can really can play a big role in establishing policies that allow that kind of collaboration and that kind of access for the innovators, particularly local innovators, right? And so that's another one around there. The other thing I need to think about, what creates an atmosphere that allows or induces the growth of EdTech ecosystem, right? Yeah, beyond that, the business side we talked about, beyond the infrastructure we talked about, there is also issues of understanding, for instance, what are the standards that are required and what is the process you must go through in order to make sure that your product can then be deployed in schools. Because if it's clear, it reduces the costs of creation, right? And so entrepreneurs will be able to create more, to innovate, if that kind of an environment is present. So I think those are the things we can look at it from a polity perspective.
Thank you so much, Joseph. So in enabling environment, but I think it's also good that we have champions like the Honorable Minister who's already talking to us about even the business case of infrastructure, showing an understanding on a lot of those areas. So ladies and gentlemen, we have about 5 minutes, so I will go to the floor and ask for maybe 2 questions. I see there's a gentleman eager to ask. He's already standing up. Maybe if we can get him a mic. Please, your name, and organization, and then your question. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Chomora Mikeka from the government of Malawi, Director of Science, Technology, and Innovation. And this is a hard talk to World Bank. First, I should acknowledge Honorable Minister Tijani. Yesterday, you motivated governments of Africa that we exploit Universal Service Fund to use that in education. And this, we have seen some few governments, including Malawi, building smart ICT labs, model purpose-built, which could be used for all subjects. That understood, the World Bank, you started today in your submission, Robert Hawkins, that governments must have a vision in terms of how they want to roll out, for example, and use connectivity for education. And that vision, for the governments that I know, they want to use the model where you have a complete purpose-built smart digital lab, which can be repurposed for many subjects, not just ICT or computing-related aspects. But what several funders, financiers, including the bank, have conceptualized mostly in their support and grants and interventions is to provide connectivity or to solarize classrooms which have been built 30, 40, 50 years, and most of them they're dilapidating and blacking off. Would you think there is a possibility to rethink in that intervention to make sure that it's not simply bringing in a Starlink kit on an old mundane classroom, but to be able to follow through those visions of creating a digital infrastructure, classroom infrastructures, which would not even rob the existing infrastructure? What would be your comment as we're looking at the digital accelerator that the bank is working on in most of the other countries in Africa? Your comment, Rob Hawkins.
Robert, please go for it.
I had a really hard time hearing that. Yeah, can you summarize very quickly the question?
I think it's more around how the infrastructure we bring doesn't destabilize the existing infrastructure.
How new infrastructure will what?
The additional infrastructure that will be built, right? That we're coming about digital acceleration. Yeah, so there's existing traditional infrastructure. How is that additive?
Okay. So I think a few ideas. I'm sorry that the sound here is not fantastic, but a few principles I think are important to keep in mind is to really focus on understanding what users are already using in terms of infrastructure. So building off of what, for instance, teachers are using with, during COVID, WhatsApp was kind of the killer application. So instead of introducing new technologies in the education system, how can you leverage those technologies that are already being used? I think there's also a huge opportunity around the digital public infrastructure, around leveraging open content. And there's been some good experiences with AI in terms of accelerating the development of content, as well as using AI to link content to existing curriculum. I also think with regard to open educational resources, there are incredible opportunities to leverage existing content that is out there to adapt to different languages and different cultures. And we've had some experience both during COVID as well as recently with AI with regard to being able to create more contextually relevant content. So I hope that answers the question.
No, thank you. Thank you, Rob.
All right, so let me just quickly share one question that we've seen from the Hoover app, and it's just also a reminder to all our participants. You can send your questions, you can participate, you can contribute on the Hoover app. This one is asked by Asmelash. It says, to what extent can African governments support low-fee private schools to offer effective educational delivery to help learners in deprived communities to have quality education?
So maybe Honorable Minister, if you would like to take that one.
To what extent? Not sure what best way to answer that question, but I think we've seen solutions attempting to address issues of those that are unserved and underserved. But my personal take is that most of these things are done in silos, and they don't take a whole of system approach when people are creating these solutions. And oftentimes, because they don't take a whole of system approach, it's difficult for them to actually scale. I don't think Africa is in short supply of ideas being tested in terms of how you connect the unconnected or underserved. And I think what I would say is we need to prioritize the discussion around building digital public infrastructure for education as a thematic focus. The conversation on digital public infrastructure in itself is growing. World Bank is quite big on this. But I don't think we're doing enough conversation on digital public infrastructure for education, because that's the robust system that will allow people to be able to build on top of a system that government is controlling. And that's what we're trying to do in Nigeria. And I know most people are not paying attention. When I leave this event, I'm going to a media event where we're talking about the digital economy bill for Nigeria. And a strong aspect of that is also how technology will touch on digital literacy, but slightly around education in government as well. That's something the EdTech ecosystem should pay attention to. You should try to give feedback to that bill. I know Joseph was talking about policy. Policy doesn't come bigger than a bill because it's going to be passed in the National Assembly. And that's where we can embed most of the things that we want to see. The things we want government to do to allow those who are building EdTech solutions to be able to scale will come from laws, and laws will come through bills. So I think it's important we take that perspective. We need to move away from the typical approach of someone is building, a startup is building a solution, it's in a few schools, then we hope it's going to scale. Most of the time, those things don't scale because they don't take a whole of system approach. You're not engaging at the level that will make it scale in the first place. You can already see this. Some of the most well-recognized, successful EdTech startups in Africa are actually those who took a whole of system approach. They're probably solutions that the World Bank is funded, that came in through the formal education system, and the Ministry of Education has accepted it. The biggest one in Nigeria is New Globe, Digital Bridge. Most of you guys know Digital Bridge, right? These guys are one of they're in a number of states across Nigeria, and there are so many EdTech solutions in Nigeria that are struggling to get 1% of the scale that you have with New Globe. And most of the time, it's not whether the solution in itself is sophisticated, it's the approach to the solution. We can't continue to build in silos. We must force ourselves to work together, to work with the system. We do not like the government systems, but we can't scale informal education if we don't work with the system.
All right. Wow, I think that was brilliantly put. So I just want to quickly mention, that you can keep the conversation going once again on the Hoover app. We wouldn't be able to take any more questions for now, but the panelists are always available to reach out to, and you can always conversate with them. So we can end this session a bit and, of course, continue to move on with day 2's proceedings.
No, thank you to our amazing panelists, really energizing. So thank you, Honorable Minister, an integrated approach. So definitely we're hearing the call. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our amazing panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Just before we leave stage, we'd like to take a group photograph, please. Thank you very much. Brilliant session. Great way to open up further conversations this morning. Day 2 of the EdTech Conference 2024, especially just hammering and driving home the importance of collaboration if we're to advance informal education. Fantastic. Now, just before we let you go, we did something really fantastic yesterday. We wanted the audience to be a part of your picture. And so since we cannot fit everyone on stage, do you mind, please, to take a massive selfie? So if you turn around, and I will do a picture. So this is embracing change. It's part of embracing new ideas, new things. And so can everyone with a big smile, with a big EdTech smile, as they take the selfie? Fantastic. Thank you so very much.
A big smile would work at this time.
We love it.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Very beautiful.
Thank you. Big round of applause, please, for our wonderful panelists. Now, one more thing. Honorable Minister, Dr. Tijani, just one more thing, please. We would like you to take a picture of the Mastercard Foundation team. And so I'd like to ask Mr. Nsegimina to please stay back, as well as Rodney. Joseph and Rodney, please, do you mind staying back? Thank you. Mr. Hawkins, thank you very much. This would like to take a picture with some of the Mastercard Foundation team. Can we please have all country directors present? Please come on stage.
Professor Peter Materu also, please would like to have you on stage. All country directors, Mastercard Foundation, please would like to have you on stage. All country directors present. Thank you very much, as quickly as possible. Day 2 has to be as memorable as day 1. And of course, every single detail of what we do here has to be completely memorable. So quick pictures with Mastercard Foundation. And remember, I think at some point the crowd would also join this picture also.
Yes.
All right, so let's take this one first.
With a big wide smile. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And then one with everyone. So the final one, I promise this is the last time we're disturbing you. To the back, so we can do a massive selfie with the entire audience. Thank you so much. We don't often get opportunities like this, so we want to maximize it as much as possible. And so on the count of 3, if everyone can say EdTech Conference 2024 with a big smile, we'll get that picture. 1, 2, 3.
Let's do one more time, more energy. 1, 2, 3. I love it. All right, please, can we have the executive director stay on stage?
Dr. Tijani, we're going to hold you for 1 more minute. I'm so sorry. Whenever we have the privilege of having one of our key partners, we know you had to rush for a meeting. This is the last one, we promise. Please, can we give a round of applause for his amazing, amazing sportiness. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Bosun Tijani.
Yeah, we're actually executive directors to stay on stage or to be back on stage, but I think we can have that happen. JDB, please help out here. Once again, we truly appreciate the Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much. Would like to request our executive directors, Tina Mparasi, on the stage as well. Yeah, and also our country directors and Professor Peter Matero as well. Would like to include our executive directors on the stage. Tina Mparazi. Yes, would like to apologize for that. Tina Mparazi, if you could please come to the stage. Sorry about that. Yourself, Professor Peter Matero.
Professor Matero, all country directors, please. The director for Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning. Kindly, thank you so much. On stage with the Honorable Minister. Brilliant. Just right in the middle.
Suraj Shah, Joseph Nsengimana. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And all the Mastercard Foundation country directors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as always, a very big, happy smile from all on stage as we celebrate Mastercard Foundation's EdTech Conference 2024. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for all of them.
A big round of applause, please. Let's sustain the applause until they take their seats. We appreciate the fantastic work that the Honorable Minister has done. No more. And of course, for the Mastercard Foundation leadership team, really grateful. Thank you very much. All right. So just before we move on to our very next panel, we're doing it back-to-back today. We hope you're still feeling very energized and also, of course, looking forward to further conversations later on today. Don't forget we have an exhibition space, and very shortly Osawage will be moving on there to speak to some of our exhibitors
very
today.
soon. And, you know, like I said earlier, that area has some people who have invested time and thinking and effort into creating new ideas in education technology. They have the latest trends in education technology. If you speak with any of them there, you will hear things that you never even imagined were going on in education technology. So there's so much more that is being done, and this particular conference basically will you know, push and promote some of all these things going into the future. Are we excited? Can we please put our hands together for ourselves if we're excited? Day 2, Mastercard Foundation's EdTech Conference 2024.
All right, so very quickly, wanted to just remind us that we are live on social media. We are tweeting or we're Xing, and we're also posting pictures, moments on Facebook and on Instagram. We're on Instagram and Facebook at Mastercard Foundation, and we're on Twitter at Mastercard FDN. Use that hashtag EdTech Conference 2024. Also, most of the plenary conversations, most of the sessions today are being live streamed on our WOVA app and also on YouTube, Mastercard Foundation's YouTube channel, as well as some other platforms.
Very true. All right, so I want to, you know, once again speak with the crowd, you know, just to get people to answer 1 or 2 questions. The last panel session that we just had was building tomorrow's education infrastructure requirement for EdTech. But there was something that we didn't get your answers on yesterday, and I think I would like to just play around with it and hear what people have to say. And what your reasons are for your answer. If you remember, Chimdi Neleaku, I believe, asked a question yesterday. If you were going to employ someone, and the person either went to a university, online, or an actual university, will the person stand, which will the person stand a higher chance with? All right, so if you're going to be employing me, now, when I bring my certificate and I say I went to an online university, would I stand the same chance with Ayo, who went to the University of Lagos or the University of Benin or any other university? So, show of hands, let me know what your answer is and why you would prefer to employ myself or Ayo. Or if it doesn't matter, let me also you know, hear from you. So, show of hands, let me pick one person. What are your thoughts? An online university or a regular Nigerian university that we all know? Who's going first? One person? Okay, let me speak with you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Wairimo. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. My answer would be a hybrid. C, is that a choice? Thank you.
It wasn't a choice until you mentioned it. So hybrid, yes, you know, there maybe is that, you know, but it is I've established here is the fact that 25 years ago, they weren't, well, maybe 30 years ago, they weren't online universities. You know, it was everybody who had to go to university had to go into an actual campus and go through those 5, 6, 7 years. So it's one of the things that education technology has definitely brought and, you know, into our realities. Aya?
It's made it more inclusive. We have one person here, I'll come to you very shortly. We had one person here raise a hand, and just like you mentioned, Osage, the possibilities that technology has given to advancing education and making sure that people who would ordinarily have been excluded are included in accessing education. So I'll come to you. What's your name, and tell us what would be your answer?
Okay, good afternoon or good morning, everyone. My name is Christiana Owoye, and I think I would employ someone who has studied online. And the reason being that I feel it takes more commitment, more intentionality to want to take a course online and see it through. And you must be really willing to do it. For you to be bold enough to say, I've taken this course, I know about this, and I want to do it. Thank you.
Okay.
That's a fantastic answer. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for her.
All right, let me speak with him. First of all, do you agree that it takes more effort studying online?
Okay, my name is Kusiluka from Smart Darasa, Tanzania. I have contradicting views on that. To me, I would employ somebody, for example, I'm looking for a software developer. I would apply somebody who has created an app, even if it's for a fun one. It can either be online, somebody can just play a video and get the certificate, or on site where somebody can just, you know, get the classroom knowledge, but no practical knowledge. So I'll employ somebody who was actually practically employed the learnings that they studied in class, either online or offline. That's me.
So it doesn't matter where they schooled or how they schooled, as long as they have practical knowledge of what you require. That's also interesting. Ayo, do we have anyone else?
Do you know, Osage, this reminds me of those high school debates where you're saying, I put the motion forward that online is better than on-site. So can we do a little competition for 1 minute?
Okay.
So team A, team O.
Okay.
I have someone here who is definitely passionate about distant learning. Do we have someone who is passionate or who can speak for on-site learning? And let's have a 1 minute debate. Is anyone willing to take that challenge?
Who's taking the challenge? Team O. Remember, you're not supposed to let me down. Okay, we have one person for team O. Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Team O, remember that we can do it.
You join us on stage.
Remember, we are winners. Oh, I think, okay, you can come up, yeah, come up stage. Let's have our quick
round of applause, please, for this bold gentleman and lady who on the spot are coming to make a case. Are you ready? 1 minute each. Let's hear your case. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the Mastercard Foundation
Let's have you introduce yourself.
EdTech Conference 2024 impromptu debate. Here you go, 1 minute.
I'll go first.
Okay, ladies first. Let's have you.
So I feel really strongly about this because I'm a teacher and I went to a face-to-face university. I studied to become a teacher. I only really learned how to teach, like having 104 in a class, when I was on site, after I got the degree. So the way Global Teachers Institute does it is we have our students that are online and distance, but for 2 years out of their 4 years, they spend that time in a classroom with a mentor learning what to do and what not to do. And we provide all of that wraparound support. We teach them how to actually love our children. Because one thing I say to our students, do not become a teacher if you're not going to love our child. You can go and sit in front of a computer and do that kind of job, but do not teach our children unless you absolutely know what you're doing.
1 minute, thank you so much. A round of applause, please, for her. 1 minute, time up. The time is yours. The floor is yours.
Okay, my name is Bishong Donatus. I'm a Nigerian from EduStar Tech. So the reason why I would go for an on-site is because it has a structured way of learning. And there are different measures that have been put in place already that you can really vet if this person really is qualified for a particular education. For now, the online system is still growing, and I don't think we have a good measure or a good system that can really vet or that can really put these people in check if actually they've gone through a structured learning. I'll give you an example. There are courses now that the online cannot actually vet. Example, medicine, you can't do that online. It has to be on-site. So if you had to employ somebody that did medicine in school, and then you say, oh, I did an online school in medicine, what would you do if you're a doctor? So how would you do that? So that is my own thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You know, I wish we could give the microphone back because your body language is like, no, I don't accept it. But please, can we give them a round of applause? And obviously, this is just the beginning of the debate and hopefully a platform for more conversations. There were salient points on both parts, and some of the challenges identified, even in that speech, are some of the solutions that we can begin to talk about at this conference. For instance, how can we leverage technology to ensure that courses like medicine, for instance, are still able to be accessed by people who are living in underserved communities or rural areas? So these are things to hopefully open up our minds to begin to think of solutions so that no one is excluded from accessing education on the African continent.
Very true. So much has changed over time. 20, 30, maybe even 50 years ago, there were a lot of things that weren't possible with education that are possible today. And we're excited. We're happy about how far we've traveled. We're happy about what more has been we've been able to achieve with technology in education, including for many people who would never have stood a chance. So it's an exciting time, and we're proud to have these debates.
Absolutely. Hopefully we'll have one or two more debates in the course of the conference.
We absolutely
but are you ready for the second plenary today? Let me hear an enthusiastic yes. Are you ready for the second plenary today? Excellent. Let's go. All right, speaking on data-driven education, empowering decision-making in the digital era, this session will be moderated by the Senior Programs Officer for Association for the Development of Education in Africa, Shem Bolo Okore. A round of applause, please, as it comes on stage. All right, Shem, over to you.
Hello. I liked the debate that has just taken place. And I guess the one thing that could have settled this debate is evidence, hard evidence in terms of data. And this is going to be the session now that we're going to have. We have talked a lot since yesterday. We talked about being able to go far. If you want to go with people, and if you want to go quickly, you go alone. We talked about the fact that COVID-19 has taught us that we need to be ready. And as Professor Peter Materu reminded us, it's not a question of whether it will come. It will come. We shall have crises in the future. The question is, how ready are we as the education sector? And of course, this morning, the issue of data exchange, the issue of evidence has also come through. So we want to now have a look and zero in on what is happening at the country level in terms of providing evidence that can inform our decisions. How can ministers of education and high decision makers make decisions that are not based on rule of thumb, that are not just made on the roadside, but are informed by evidence? And I have a great panel, and I would like to mention them as they come on stage. First off, Alpha Bar from the Gambia. A round of applause for Alpha Bar from the Gambia. Alpha is the head, the director of EMIS and ICT in the Ministry of Education, the Gambia. He's also wearing another hat. He is the chair of the EMIS working group. This is a global working group under the Education, Data, and Statistics Commission, EDSC. This is the former Technical Cooperation Group on SDG 4 indicators. The second person is from Kenya, representing Kenya, Kawira Gikambi. A round of applause for Kawira. Kawira Gikambi is the Deputy Director of Education within the Directorate of Policy, Planning, and East African Affairs in Kenya, within the Ministry of Education. And the third one is a partner. Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to have GPE among us, and we have the data and evidence thematic lead, Mr. Evan Attis. Evan, if you can join us, please. Round of applause. Thank you very much. So we want to have a conversation for the next 40 minutes. And this conversation we want to see now in terms of some practical experiences from the countries on this area of data, the area of resilience, because we are also saying that we need resilient education systems, and how EdTech can be used to leverage this. So welcome, my dear panelists. I will start with you, Alpha. Let's look at the EMIS system. And we know that if we are to be ready for any eventuality in the future, that needs to be informed by data that not only looks at the situation now, but also looks at the situation in the future, that anticipates the future. So it means that the EMIS should be strong enough, not only in terms of policy, the legal environment, but also in terms of the statistical processes, also in terms of issues around resources, in terms of availability and utilization, and also about reporting and use of the data itself. So in your view, what is the current situation with regards to the Gambia in terms of its EMIS system in those 4 areas?
Okay, good morning from, good morning from the Gambia, the smiling coast of West Africa. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for that question and inviting us to be part of this very important conference and panel. To answer your question, let me start by giving you a little bit of an analogy when it comes to data and policies and resilience. You might have heard this. I may not be giving you anything new. I'm just going to remind you something that maybe you already knew. The chicken and the egg, data and policies. What is most important? Is it the chicken or the egg? Good data give you very good policy. Good policies give you data. And this is the situation we have now in terms of education technology in EMIS or in education data. What comes first? Let's look at what is happening from inside, outside. In the Gambia, for example, at the education policy, within the ministry we have an education policy. This education policy, when you look at it, is well crafted, well written, and there's a lot of evidence informing how we deal with access. There's a lot of evidence using data informing how we deal with equity, quality, and etc. Outside the ministry, at the political level, you have the National Development Plan. This is driven by the President's agenda to say that this is my agenda for my government. Again, you see a lot of evidence informing the National Development Plan. Outside the Gambia, then you have the continental strategy, the Africa we want, Agenda 2063. Then again, there is a lot of evidence, a lot of data informing the SDG 4 at the international level. So the challenge we have is we have a very good framework over the years since EFA, since Jumpton Conference in 1990. We have very good policies, very good theory about how evidence is integrated in our policy system. And the other most important part, if you look at these policies, whether it is the education policy, whether it is the National Development Plan, whether it is the CSR, whether it is the SDG, there is always a monitoring and evaluation framework attached to it. There is always a result framework attached to it. But this is a problem. The problem we have now is how do we interoperate this action? How do we make sure that we have a data system that is resilient enough, that inform the access issues, that inform the quality issues, that inform learning? The operational issues we lack is what we were talking about when we're talking about norms and standards. Now, coming back to the ministry, from that perspective, what are the norms and standards? What are the key critical success factors within the ministry that allow education management information to thrive? Number one is resource. If you look at the Gambia budget, for example, and like many other countries, there is no budget line for education management information system. There is no budget line that allows the head of the IMIS or the planning directorate to just get up and collect data as he wants. We are depending on development partner to provide data, funding for this. If you want to hire a statistician, we have to depend on development partner funds. These are the problems. And we are now post-COVID, just a fast-track issue here. When COVID hit, we had a problem of a lot of data, for example, in the Gambia. We had over 10 years data. We report data every November. We collect data every November, report every May. 10 years. When we were developing the education response strategy for COVID, the data we collected was not very useful. We couldn't use our data that we collect from school to inform remote learning. We couldn't use our data to inform hybrid learning, because the data we have, even though it's more than a decade with us, timely data, quality data, is still talking about school learning, school-based learning. And in COVID, we needed to teach people at home, outside school. We know how many children we have in the Gambia. We know which school they go to, but we don't know which family are they coming from. We don't know where they live. We don't know the teachers, where the teachers live. We have the number of teachers. We can call the teachers on their mobile phone, but we don't know where they live. So how do we have a system that informs, a data system and evidence that inform remote learning in a pandemic area in COVID? We have to look elsewhere, outside the IMIS, outside education. We have to use household survey data. And in the Gambia, household survey data is available only periodically, 5 years, 10 years. So we have a problem. We were lucky we had mixed, multiple indicator cluster survey data. We were able to use that to develop, to inform the COVID strategy that we use in the Gambia. So this is the problem with, this is the challenge education data is faced with. That's number one. It was not resilient enough. The way we were collecting data, the way we are using data was not resilient. We were not ready for a for COVID. Now, COVID hit. In the wake of COVID, we hear the World Bank said learning poverty. UNICEF will say learning crisis. One of the challenges we have in the Gambia, for example, we understand learning, foundational learning is a huge challenge. Now, everybody is talking about foundational learning in the country. But if you look at learning assessment data, the IMIS, we don't have that. Our data is aggregate. We don't know what the school, how the school are monitoring learning. So now we have to sift our data from aggregate to individual to ensure that we monitor learning. But then what inform our data? What inform those things? Those are the problems we are facing with right now. And these are the challenges that I thought I will start with to just to inform you the challenges we are having when it comes to our data system being not resilient enough and not even monitoring the most important thing, learning.
Okay, thank you, Alpha. So a quick follow-up question before I come to Kawira. You've highlighted those challenges around resources, around gaps in data that is being collected by the MS unit, around, other issues that you mentioned about what is happening at home, the fact that that data is missing. So in your view, and based on what you're doing within the ministry, how do you see EdTech helping to solve those gaps? And is there any interventions that you're already undertaking that is leveraging EdTech in addressing the gaps that you've just mentioned?
I think that's a very good question because learning from this experience that I enumerated or narrated, we realized that we have to use EdTech, but we use in EdTech in our system in the absence of an EdTech strategy, just like the Honorable Minister said earlier. You have a system where the education department is trying to do things that are supposed to be done by other sectors. For example, the Minister of Education is supposed to use her budget in the Gambia to worry about electricity, which is another ministry's agenda. There is a whole sector of electricity, but the Ministry of Education budget is used for electricity. The Ministry of Education budget is used for connectivity. We have to bring internet infrastructure. There is a Ministry of Communication. So these are the problems we have. But then what do? We leverage on the low-cost technology, low devices. For example, we started to use SMS. We had provided laptops and mobile phone to head teachers and oriented them and see how they can use SMS to send data. And then we provided some dashboards, early warning system that they are using. But then we have a problem with that. We are being now questioned by the people in the Gambia. In the past, the population were not that accountable. Government actors, they were not taking us to accountable. Now we are being asked questions. Why are you asking us this data? What about the data security? What about data privacy? We do not even have a strategy in the ministry to deal with that. So we are going into a system, to a part where we are using it, but without ensuring that the data we are collecting, we can respond to queries around privacy. We can respond to queries around security. We can respond to issues like cybersecurity. So these are the challenges we have. Okay. So we are going there, but with a very slow, like testing the water, not being very visible, because you are not ready, because there are other enabling and supportive environment, including the regulative environment, which is not ready.
Excellent.
So that's the problem.
Thank you very much. And also that speaks to the issue of having a proper policy framework. And so that leads me to Madam Kawira. You are in charge of policy, partnership, East African Community Affairs. So you are not only looking at Kenya, but also covering the East African region. So in your view, and let's maybe focus a bit on the EdTech policy. Let's leave the education policy bit, because I think as Alpha said, in many countries the education policies exist. Of course, it's another question on how they are flexible enough to embrace the changing landscape of technology. So the question is now, what is your experience within the ministry in terms of linking the EdTech policy and the education policy, taking into account that technology is changing? In terms of rigidity of the policies, how flexible is your EdTech policy, if it exists? Or how flexible is the education policy such that it can embrace changes in technology?
Okay, thank you very much, Shem. And thank you for having us here. As policymakers, we are here to learn, we are here to collaborate, and of course, assure our partners, because many of the innovators here, they are partnering with the ministries of education in providing solutions in form of policy making. So in Kenya, for example, we have the ICT policy. It was done in 2019. Of course, we have had many policies speaking to technology, information, communication. But for EdTech specifically, the policy is to have EdTech mainstreamed in the education system, because technology is supposed to provide solutions to enhance provision of education services. So just like my colleague has said, we do not have a challenge with the policies. We have very good policies existing. But the question is, how do we develop these policies? And how do we implement them? How do we monitor, evaluate, and learn? And how do the policies inform practice? So the question should be, what is the challenge? Are we getting it right with the policies? Because the policy is supposed to provide solutions. And as I was speaking with some of the innovators yesterday, it appears that our policy-making processes should be evidence-based. And where do we get the evidence? Where should we get evidence on EdTech? You've rightly put it that technology is changing very fast. It's kind of evolving very fast. The technology that was there 10 years ago may not be practical today. Today we are talking about AI. Is it in our policies? You should be asking me that. And that is why policies are live documents, and they require regular review to make solutions that are relevant, especially looking at the 21st century learner. So the policies are there, but we keep improving on these policies. For example, in Kenya, we have the digital learning program, which is embedded in the curriculum. So the entire curriculum policy has embraced EdTech because it is competency-based curriculum, and education technology is required at every step, starting with the developing of the curriculum, making, preparing the digital content that should go into that curriculum. Some of it, of course, is still in textbooks, but the government is looking at the best alternatives. Policy making is putting alternatives on the table and getting the solution that is more cost-effective and that is efficient, but of course looking at many parameters like equity, inclusivity of learners with disability and other marginalized communities. So it requires a lot of collaboration to know at what point do we have this particular technology to enhance teaching and learning. For the teachers, you must have in mind that the teacher policy, teacher education policy, and I know many countries in East Africa have their teacher education policies, teacher management policies. Right now we are having teacher management information system riding on technology to ensure that the Teacher Service Commission, for example, in Kenya, is able to make policies that are informed by the number of teachers, the profile of individual teachers, and you can imagine we are handling 300,000 teachers, for example, in Kenya. That data is massive. It requires technology so that the government can monitor the efficiency of the teachers, the standards that they are applying, and whether the learners are actually learning. So I can say in a nutshell that policies are not, static documents where you can say you have this policy, you developed it in 2020 during COVID. This is 2024, technology is changing. We are here to collaborate so that we make sure that even after this conference, we go and relook at those policies and ensure that we bring on board these people who have the solutions, those who have ideas. Where has it worked? Where is your, EdTech solution worked? and whether it can help us to have that policy that is relevant and effective.
Thank you very much. And by the way, for the other participants, Kawira is also one of the focal points for the data project that we are doing with the Mastercard Foundation around building the capacity of up to 30 African countries over a period of 5 years to be able to not only provide data around education and skills, but also in terms of utilization of that data. So we are really happy to have the experience of Kawira. So let me then now turn to Evan. On the issue of artificial intelligence, what has been the experience of GPE in terms of supporting the use of AI in education, but especially linked to strengthening data systems in the countries?
Thank you very much, Shem. I know the next session will do a deep dive into the use of AI in education, but I would like to say first, we need to mitigate the risk of having the solutions and looking for the problems, as they say. And I see that a lot of the approaches, like, we have this tool, we need to fit that tool somewhere within the education system. GPE has other partners, so what we're doing, we're trying to monitor the evidence around AI, how it can be used better within the education system, looking at the risks and the challenges. We've seen so far some good use cases in terms of how AI is being used to predict dropouts, for example, putting in place early warning system within the education sector. And we know repetition, dropouts, they are big sources of inefficiencies within the education sector, so we see potentials there. We see also potentials around resource allocation, for example, making sure that the teachers are where they are supposed to be based on the needs. And this morning, Honorable Minister mentioned personalized learning. We know that, even myself, I participated in a couple of implementation of personalized learning without technology. We do it well at small scale, and we see the potential that AI could help to scale this. However, there are a lot of promises, there are a lot of opportunities around that, but the preconditions needs to be there. And the session this morning was very interesting, talking about infrastructure, regulation of the use of AI. So beyond the product itself, it's more regulating the use of it. I think that this is very important, and this is where you need good digital skills among stakeholders to make sure that they make good use of that kind of tool. And we know that I've seen some use cases where they're trying to use AI offline, and we know it's very difficult. So AI still requires good connectivity, and this is where we need to close this digital divide. And another aspect is around sustainable financing around this. And we know we all partners, we have good intentions, we want to help, but the reality is sustainable financing will come from governments, because this is the long-term source of financing, and we need to really support domestic financing, making sure that governments are capable to support these initiatives. So basically, they have to include that in their planning and policies also. And the last one, which is very important, is the change management strategies, because all these technologies, new approaches are coming. We need to be ready to embrace those solutions. And we need to have the capacity to do so. And I will get back to the point I made earlier. It's not a matter of bringing the solutions and look for the problems, but it's to understand the problem first and see whether AI can help at that stage. Thank you.
Great, yeah. We need to see what are we trying to solve exactly before we offer the solution. And I know, Kawira, you said that yesterday. Also, they need to link the entrepreneurs also with what government is doing in terms of not only the policy, but also the practice. Now, let me jump to Alpha. In your view, and based on your experience from the Gambia, how are you using AI to improve inclusion? Is there some practical examples where AI is helping you to improve inclusion in terms of learning?
Thank you. I think when it comes to AI, the Gambia, one of the things we are doing very well is we are learning from people first. We are now coming here particularly. I like the fact that some of the exhibition outside there, there's a little bit of things that are very appealing to us. The Gambia, we are now struggling of how do we introduce national language as the language of instruction, L1. And that really calls for retraining of almost everything we have that was around foundational learning, like grade 1 to grade 4. So we are interested in modeling something to see how best AI could be used to drive the teacher training in terms of local languages. We are really interested in that. And one of the things that we are thinking very well now is data use in the Gambia is very low. Data is only used by us, planning, minister, and key actors. Now, the culture of data use within the education sector, even though data is available, is low. Then how do you use AI to know data users? We've had some conversation with some of our partners to see how do you have a model that could be using our data, our more than a decade data, how could it be used so that people can be using it to access it, and then maybe translate it even to other languages. So we have not really started using AI per se. We are still at the EdTech level where we are using mobile phones, we are using WhatsApp, we are using laptops. But then we are hoping that we will learn a lot. We are here to listen, and we are available to learn from your experience. This is in terms of this South-South cooperation, so that we can take home and see how best we can augment and orient our plans. But this is where we are now.
Okay, thank you. So it means that this is really a journey that the education sector needs to really embrace and be part of, because I think as we heard yesterday, two things will dominate in the future. One is AI, and the second one is mobile technology. So I was glad to hear that in the Gambia, you're already using that, at least the mobile phones. And I know even in Kenya, that is already being used. The M-Pesa, of course, is really something else. So I just want us to now maybe let me turn to Kawira, and I would like you to speak as a parent. And maybe remove your policy hat for now and speak as a parent. What is your view about availing mobile phones, the use of mobile phones in schools to your child, and exposing your child to AI at a younger age? What is your perspective?
Well, this is a bit personal. For me, I'm still a bit skeptical about AI from what I've heard. I've used the very basic AI for now. This so-called ChatGPT, I know many of us in Kenya, we have different generations. I am not even in the millennial, I am before that. There are those that we are calling Gen Zs. Those ones, technology, you know, mobile phones, use of, actually I learned about it from my own child who is in grade 7. That, Mom, why are you struggling so much? I'm doing my PhD. Why are you struggling so much with this thinking? Why are you thinking so much when there is a solution at hand? Can I show you? You can imagine I'm learning from a grade 7 child. And therefore, I thought, as a parent, first of all, there is what we call technology acceptance. You know, the mind itself first has to change. And I believe, I also speak from the shoe of a teacher, having been a teacher for many years. The teacher, the parent, the first thing that comes in your mind when AI is mentioned, of course, is the ethical issues. You know, I'm wondering, will this AI start thinking for my child instead of the child thinking? Is it replacing the thinking system? Because I would wish that when he is writing composition, because when he comes with homework, he comes, of course, he has been asked, write this essay. And within 5 minutes, he is done, because he has entered in the, you know, the title. Actually, he only has to use the title of the essay, and there it goes. And he says, "Mom, I'm done, I can go to play." But now, you know, the parent has to really ask questions. How is it going to work? If my child is to become a 21st century problem, you know, problem solver, because in CBC, for example, there are 7 competencies that this child should have, including problem solving, creativity, digital, of course, learning is there, self-efficacy. All these competencies must be developed. So I think, well, we can say it's a matter of time, but this technology, as a parent, we also need to be brought on board. Schools should be able to help parents understand the technology and how the child can be helped, depending on the age. The age factor comes in. What is important? How can it be utilized so that it does not totally replace the child's thinking faculties, but it should just be used as a support, something that can help support this child so that the work that the child can do, let's say in 3 hours, it can be done more efficiently. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you so much for really agreeing to share your personal experience as a parent. Round of applause. And yes, so there's this balance between, there's the fear, but there's also the opportunity that AI presents. Because looking at the future, and I think that is why we are talking more of developing skills of adaptability, as opposed to just skills where it is straitjacket. So that's an interesting perspective. Now, finally, because I see we are running out of time, we have only 2 minutes. Evan, could you just give us briefly, what is GP's intention, if it's not already doing, in terms of supporting improvement of data, EdTech assisted data in education? Just like what, for example, the World Health Organization is doing in the area of health. Very briefly, please.
Thank you. Before I get into the details, maybe it's good to understand the complexity of the problem we're trying to solve. And we know oftentimes at country level, and I was very privileged to have worked in different countries on that issue, and I know sometimes resources are available, but there is a lack of effective approaches to really address the issue around data. And I know some other panelists, they have mentioned that. We are talking about issues on inefficiencies in the process of data production, especially the fragmentation of systems. And I think someone spoke to that yesterday. The ownership around the digital platforms. And also, one very important point is the lack of common understanding of the nature of the data. Now, you know, we're talking about level of desegregation, how we define those indicators. You would go to one country, they define dropout in a way, and then in another country, it means something else. Or the difference between administrative data and programs data. And now, in the era of AI, we need a broader definition of data. For example, the quality of our curriculum, the content, how the pedagogical approaches, they are all seen as data. How we make sure that we have this common understanding. And also the issue around accessibility. Sometimes data is there, we have the data, but it's not accessible. So it points at major issues around the importance of having framework for that, and also the importance of having some sort of data governance. And the other aspect is to look at the consequences around the learning part, because what we're seeing today is that a lot of countries, they cannot report, they cannot measure learning, and they cannot set any targets around learning. And it's hard to make decisions about how to improve learning when you don't have that data or any targets. So how is GPE contributing to tackle these issues? Yesterday, my colleague Steen, he spoke to that broadly, but I would like to say that GPE model itself is country-led, and we focus mostly on strengthening education systems. And data and evidence are considered as one of the critical enablers for that. And we work with countries to assess the bottlenecks, and also we work with countries to really look into the key priorities they should consider when they are strengthening their data system. And as of 2023, we have invested around $82 million on data systems. And now we are also investing in research on evidence around the best approaches to strengthening on data. So we have no doubt that technology can play a role. But the point is that we need to make sure that we have the preconditions in place, as I mentioned earlier, the quality of the processes, standards, and also the content that we want to include in the process of strengthening data. So we really encourage partners to engage in those discussions at country level and also contribute to align efforts around that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish we could continue this conversation, but time does not allow us. Mine is just to thank my panelists and leave with that takeaway on the issue of partnership, the issue of collaboration, which is being driven by the country needs. It is demand driven so that we are not, and that should be the precondition, because that is the only way we can know what the issue is that as partners we are trying to support. So help me, ladies and gentlemen, to give a round of applause to the team, to this panel. Thank you so much, and I hand it over to...
Another very fantastic panel session. Thank you very much to our panelists. We truly appreciate the wealth of knowledge that you've shared with us. And of course, I'm sure that this is another day with so much to learn. Thank you very much. I think you could go down that way. Thank you very much once again. And also to our moderator, we truly appreciate all the brilliance that you've shared with us. Someone left his phone. Yes, okay. Okay. All right, before we, of course, go for a tea break, we have a little bit to share with you, and that is what's going on the extreme right of this place, the exhibitors right there. But I also want to quickly mention that there's an EdTech survey that you should please participate in. It's on the Hoover app. If you could quickly click on the surveys option on the Hoover app, click on EdTech Conference, participant survey, and fill in your responses there. We would really appreciate if everyone does that. It's a quick survey on the conference that we're doing. All right, and now on the extreme right, you can see that for those of us who weren't here yesterday, we're once again sharing with you all the goodness that is happening on the extreme right, and that is the latest in education technology trends. There's people who have developed their own ideas, their own concepts that are here to exhibit and share them with us. We have Ayo, who's waiting on standby there to, of course, let us know who's present and what they have for us. Ayo?
Thank you so much, Asage, and I hope you're having a great time so far at the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Conference 2024. Now, in the course of the conference, we've had the opportunity to learn a bit more about the great work that the foundation is doing, especially through its Center for Innovative Learning, Teaching and Learning. And part of that is that there's actually Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship, and some of our exhibitors are fellows of that fellowship, and we are so delighted that they've come to Abuja from different parts of the world to showcase some of their solutions to using technology to drive access to education on the African continent. I'm sure you're just as anxious or inquisitive as I am to speak to some of our exhibitors. Right now I have with me from Vinsight Limited. I'll get to, what's your name please, and tell us a bit more about Vinsight Limited.
Okay, my name is Toriola Oladeji, and at Vinsight we help visually impaired persons and blind persons to actually read printed books independently. So critically what we do is we have a solution that scans text of books, printed books, and convert it to audio output for the visually impaired or blind user to listen to. So that's how our solution works. Thank you.
That's excellent. Now talking about really making education inclusive on the African continent and really meeting people who would probably be described as underserved. But let me ask you, as a fellow, what has the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellowship done for your solution, done for your innovation? Please share with us.
Okay, first of all, they're giving us funding. And secondly, which is the most important aspect, is the partnership with CC Hub. So we're working with their product team and their learning science team to improve on our products and also make the products improve learning outcomes for visually impaired persons. So that's what we are doing in partnership with Mastercard Foundation. Thank you.
Excellent. I'm sure we'll get to speak to Vinsight a bit more if you want to find out a bit more about the work that they do, especially working with people who are visually impaired, and see how you can possibly recreate in your own country. Please make sure you stop by their exhibition stall here at the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Conference 2024. I believe we have Osauge.
Really fascinating. And like I said earlier, if you don't show up here, you would almost not know about the fascinating things that are going on with education technology. Vinsight, kudos to you. Let's now speak with our friends at Recess. That's how it's pronounced, okay? So tell us about Recess, what you do, and how long you've been around, and also you could add what the Mastercard Foundation has also contributed.
Thank you so much. So my name is Emma Dogori, co-founder and CEO of Recess, a product from Kenya, but to the world. We primarily focus on bringing the parents into this conversation, and we feel they are crucial stakeholders into improving the learning outcomes of our children. So we're here to ideally bridge the gap between home and school.
Yeah, so being part of Mastercard Foundation has been a changer for us. We are able to scale. We've understood more technology and what to adopt. We've also been able to work very closely with the mentors that the foundation has brought on board to inject technologies like AI. Very good partnerships also coming out. We've been able to partner with the government of Kenya, and we're actually supporting them to the conversation that was happening to enable them understand how they are rolling out the curriculum better. And we're looking forward to more and more partnerships.
I completely love everything that I heard just now. And how long has Recess been in existence?
So we were founded in 2020, amongst the COVID year, that is. We're COVID babies.
It makes it even better. What do you think?
Absolutely amazing, the work that's going on here. And if there's any persuasion to come to their desk, they have nice sweeties here. So I'm going to pick one for myself. And this is a nice way to say that it's time for a little break for tea, coffee, and light refreshments. We hope you're having a great time so far here at the Mastercard Foundation Inaugural EdTech Conference 2024. For information for tea and coffee, it's the same place where we had it yesterday. So just across the hall, we have it laid out. I'd like to encourage you to please grab your cup and come back into the plenary hall so we can go into more conversations and see how we can truly use education technology for resilient and inclusive learning in Africa. We have 15 minutes for our tea break. See you in 15 minutes, and please visit the exhibition stalls.
Dr. Basun Tijani.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
And it's great to have you make time for this conversation on building an impactful EdTech ecosystem around Africa. Let me start with a basic question around Nigeria, of course, being the most populous country on the continent. What's your assessment of the current state of EdTech in Nigeria and Africa at large? And what direction do you think it needs to go?
I think the context we should always set clear when we're having conversations around technology and its use in sectors like education is the demography that we're a largely youthful continent. 70% of our people on the African continent are under the age of 30. In Nigeria, is 60% under the age of 25. Which means by extension, most of our people are digital natives. They've been given birth to and they're growing up in an era where technology is all around them. They can see it, they can feel it. And if you also take that into consideration, the investment that has gone into technology over the years, we're not where we desire or where we should be when it comes to investment in technology. Most of our countries have made significant progress. Things like internet, mobile telephony are a lot more ubiquitous, which means many people can find a way to get online. And the implication of that in a world where the way we collect, process, and produce insights and knowledge is already changed significantly thanks to technology, is that people can now learn in a totally different way. And we've seen that disrupt education significantly on the continent. But the challenge is that it's disrupted informal education. So people want to, on their own, learn how to handle a camera. A lot of these people can actually read up and learn digitally, virtually, online, without going into any proper school to learn. Folks who want to become, for instance, software developers, you find most of them learning virtually and getting that foundation that they need to actually get into a new career. So you can see this disrupting largely informal education. But because a lot of our people still must have certificate, they have to go through formal education systems. And formal education systems are controlled, they are regulated, they are directed by multiple stakeholders and infrastructure as well. So you can see that we've not seen the level of penetration that is required in formal education for technology to actually help disrupt that space. And the other part is the infrastructure that is required on the part of the government to be able to ensure that schools can support these things, ensuring that teachers can actually leverage technology to augment the way they teach and what they do in classroom. There's still significant gaps there as well, because you have a lot of teachers who were trained at a time where technology wasn't a part of how you teach. So there's still a huge gap in getting the teachers to be able to leverage technology to teach. And I think the biggest barrier that I don't think in EdTech we're talking about enough is actually connectivity and affordable devices. Those two things tied together. We can't at the minute guarantee that most of our learning institutions are connected. In a place like Nigeria, even tertiary education, you still have most people going into universities who don't have access to internet in their hostel. So how can you be learning as a university student in 2024 without internet? So we still have that massive gap. There are also devices are still quite too affordable for a lot of our people as well. So even for learners whose parents would like to encourage them to use technology or virtual content to augment what they've been taught at school, they still have limitations to access. So we can't even take advantage of it when we talk about remediation, which is a major part of what technology offers, where you learn in classroom, there's a part you're struggling with. You can have your own remedial study outside of school. Quality internet, affordable devices, those things are still in the way.
What's the plan in this case to increase the level of access? Because if you talk about accessibility being one of the issues that need to be taken care of, what is the plan around that?
Is one, to be able to quickly reimagine how we use our Universal Service Provision Fund, which is a portion of the income that we generate as a government from telecommunications sector that is meant to help bridge the gap between those who are served and unserved and underserved. At the minute, for us to truly build the digital backbone for Nigeria, we need to lay around 125,000 fiber optic cable, which is the core backbone. And the private sector has only been able to invest in 35%. So government must find ways to accelerate the completion of that target. But one of the things we've done, and we're still doing, is looking at existing infrastructure and saying, because some of them were actually designed to also pass through schools. And the way we're looking at this project is that hoping that in the next 2 to 3 years, we can significantly deploy a major part of that target. And once we do that, we will be able to drive down the cost of good quality internet. And by driving down the cost, academic institutions will be able to reimagine the business model for which they pay for connectivity, because at the minute, most of them don't pay.
What would you say would be some of the innovative solutions that we can, as in Nigeria, who do not have access to education?
If people are truly connected, we can quickly upskill a lot of our teachers to actually learn about new methods of teaching, give them access to content that they can use to augment what they teach in classroom, but also offer some sort of collaboration amongst these teachers as well, almost like building a virtual community of teachers so that they can also share insights and ideas on how they should teach. Because personally, I believe that education is changing significantly. Learners have access to content, they are distracted, the way they want to learn is changing, and teachers must be trained and empowered to be able to meet up with these learners where they had the minutes.
How do we convince our ministries of education, or in this case, our governments, that local solutions can work and solve local problems?
I think the ecosystem needs to start to see that to truly get technology into schools, we must approach it from an ecosystem perspective, which means for the program that Mastercard Foundation is engaging government together with the work accelerator to build it with government and with schools, association of schools, is a killing. We can't just expect that the startups on their own will have the greatest marketing team and they'll go from place to place. We're not going to get the scale that we need to get, because the way decisions are taken within formal education system is somewhat through what we may call informed approach. It's not through a sales approach. You're not going to come sell a new education solution to the Ministry of Education and they'll just buy. It's probably going to be based on a policy, or it's going to be based on some sort of funding that some donor is given, especially on the African continent, where an agreement is reached that this is the fix to the problem in your country, and we're giving you money to do it. And as they're giving the money, there are solutions that is being tied to it. That's how we need to start to engage EdTech if we want to see the scale that we want to see.
What kind of policies do we need to make this work?
There's got to be some sort of standard for certifying that solutions actually can lead to the promised learning outcome. Because someone has built something that is technology-based, or they've added artificial intelligence into it, doesn't mean that that solution can actually help a learner achieve their goals. In fact, in some cases, some solutions are dangerous to the way people learn. I think on the other hand as well, is also the need to help government be able to vet and determine what they should be spending money on. Because we shouldn't also forget that government may not also have the capacity or the know-how to actually be able to choose the right technology solutions. You know, they may know that we need a teacher training platform, but what are the things that should be in a teacher training platform? How do you look out to ensure that the technology solutions you're buying can actually meet what you want it to do? I think that gap is there. So you have a significant gap on the side of the government, on the side of those who are building a thorough understanding of education principles and the science that is behind how you teach and how people learn is missing. So there's a need for policies that can both plug that gap, but also inspire thinkings around how both sides can fix these problems.
Technologically speaking, what is working?
We've seen a few school management solutions that have been said to, they can be better, but to a large extent, I think they've worked really well. We've seen some global solutions also that they're beyond borders, beyond where they've been created. You've seen things around quizzing, for instance. So Kahoot is a popular EdTech solution that has worked really well. Quizzing is a popular side where we've seen a lot of technology solutions that works because they're quite straightforward. You take existing past questions and you find ways to present it to learner and they can use it to practice. I think where we've not seen great solutions and artificial intelligence may actually help is in simplifying concept. When people are across our key sectors, you can summarize them to be a productivity challenge. A lot of our sectors, not just in Nigeria, but in many African countries, are not punching where they should be. You know, they're really not performing. So productivity is a major issue. We're not optimizing in nearly yet. Or if you look at agriculture, Africa can actually be feeding the world if we're doing the right things. Perhaps applying science, technology in it, we can be feeding the world. If you think of education, we shouldn't be struggling. We have the young people who are eager to learn. If we find really smart, productive ways to teach them. Same for transportation, same for everything. So when you think about that, and you think more, if you go into the economics thinking around Cobb-Douglas production function that says the real way to leapfrog productivity is bring technological innovation into it. Then you start to see that though we're youthful, though we have a lot of unemployed people, if we actually prioritize innovation in every of our sectors,
you will find that more of our young people can actually lift the continent through their creativity.
Knowing that technology is pretty much dominated by young people, unlike farming, where the average farmer, we're told in Africa, is 60 years old, in technology, the average technology person is probably about 12, and going up. So if we're going to look at the incentives to encourage them to do what they're doing or what they can do best, how are we going about that, giving them innovative incentives to be able to plug into the benefits of technology?
We've done the work we're doing with AI. We've already funded a significant number of startups focused on agriculture and also education in artificial intelligence. The next strategy we're working on, which is starting in a few weeks, aside from the bill that is going to the National Assembly, is actually on UAV. And we've started talking to some of the top drone manufacturers. So Zipline, for instance, they have significant operations in Nigeria. There's Aseco, which is a French company that is also using drones to map here. We can see the application of drones significantly in the agriculture sector. And we want to encourage more innovations, and not just UAV, sensors and things like that. Because government is investing in that space, we believe that there should be more technology solutions there. And my role is to ensure we can do education on the side of the government, but also then create that ecosystem from the startup side to ensure that more people are also getting involved in that sector and building for it as well.
Thank you so much
My pleasure.
for speaking to us.
My pleasure.
Dr. Bosun Tijani, Minister of Communications, International Economy, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you all so much for watching.
Yes, thank you very much. It's been a very interesting day. I am particularly excited about how much we've achieved today. And we have a whole lot more of these sessions coming till the end of day 2. I'm guessing everyone enjoyed that tea break. If you did, please, can we put our hands together for Mastercard Foundation? If you enjoyed that tea break, please, a round of applause for Mastercard Foundation. Everyone on that end, if you can hear me on the left, please, I would like a round of applause, please. Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause for Mastercard Foundation. Love it, thank you very much. As we settle down, we are going back into our panel sessions, and there's a lot more information that we will be sharing. So please let me quickly welcome the Professor of Learning Science, CMU, Dr. Amy Ogan, as she leads the next panel session. Please, a round of applause for her. A very lovely outfit also, I should mention.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. I know so many of you, and I'm so pleased to see you all again. Thank you so much for joining us here for this panel on the role of AI and machine learning. Thanks to the Mastercard Foundation for bringing us all here together. The last panel did a great job of introducing some really pressing questions that we all have about what's going on with AI in our education systems. And I'm really excited to introduce a very distinguished panel of guests who can help us answer some of those questions. I also asked you to do a poll in the Whova app, which some of you have responded to, telling us about your current level of knowledge of AI. So hopefully, at the end of this session, we'll have seen everybody increase their level and tell us that you're now experts in AI. All right, so I'm going to introduce my speakers here. We will start with Obum Akeke, who is our head of education partnerships from Google's DeepMind. Let's welcome Obum. Next, we have Mark Horner, who's the Director of Learning and Impact from Schoola. Let's welcome Mark. Third, we have Nonye Ujam, who's the Government Affairs Lead in Nigeria for Microsoft. So let's welcome Nonye. And finally, we have Rudolph Ampofo, the Africa Lead for the EdTech Hub. Thanks, everybody, for joining us on stage today. I'm really excited for this conversation. We're going to start off with some individual-specific questions, and then I'm hoping we're going to get into a bit more of a conversation and, sort of liven things up here for you today. So we're going to start with Obum and ask you about how is Google's DeepMind leveraging AI and ML to develop personalized learning experiences for African students?
Thank you, Amy. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Nigeria for those of you who have traveled from outside Nigeria. Nigeria is my dear country. Very good question, and I've seen a number of questions on Whova already around this topic. When I was coming to this conference, I was reflecting about my own journey through education, from primary school to secondary school to the university here in Nigeria several years ago now. Some of the things that came to mind for me was I thought about the cohort size we had in my classroom. In secondary school, I think there were times we were like 50 in the class. By the time I got to the university, in some of our courses, there were like over 200 people. taking the courses. I also reflected on what I usually call a one-size-fits-all approach to teaching that we had back in the days, which is still the same thing now, where there's an assumption that every student learns the same way and at the same pace. You know, so you have, you deliver teaching to them using the same materials, the same assessment, the same assessment and everything, and assume that they will do well. There is a problem with that because not everybody learns the same way and not everybody learns at the same pace. It's almost like taking my shoe and figuring out whether it will fit into all the feet here, right? That wouldn't work. I also actually reflected on the workload that is usually on teachers. Teachers, my teachers, I remember them very well. In those large class sizes, it takes them several weeks to be able to mark exams. And even they couldn't give feedback, individual feedback to any learner, right? Because it was impossible to do that for a large number of learners. So one of the things we've been thinking a lot about at Google DeepMind is how can we actually use the power of AI to support personalized learning so that you get that individual learner feedback that every learner needs to be able to improve their attainment and also learning outcome. And also support these teachers that have a very big workload to be able to provide their magic. The magic that teachers usually bring in the classroom is that individual one-to-one feedback. So as a first step, in May, we announced that we have now built what's called LearnLM. LearnLM is short for Learn Large Language Model. And LearnLM is a family of AI models based on Google Gemini that is fine-tuned specifically for learning and education, so that anybody in the world can use it to achieve this personalized learning and other things around education. One of the models that I'm very excited about is called LearnLM Tutor. And LearnLM Tutor is a one-to-one conversational tutoring model that helps with personalized learning, helps with more engaged learning, and also makes learning much more useful for learners. I guess I can stop there for now.
I am sure everybody will be really interested to talk to you further about how they can engage with Gemini and LearnerLM. But now let's turn, we've heard from Google, let's turn to Microsoft. Nanya, could you tell us what role does Microsoft envision for AI and ML to address the digital skills gap in Africa? You know, you're collaborating with governments and educational institutions, and we're trying to ensure equitable access to these technologies.
Thank you so much, Amy. So first of all, when we think about what Microsoft does generally, our mission, first of all, is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And AI technology could not have come at a better time to enable us to do this. So when we think about educators and the role that they play in enhancing skills, one of the things that we would like to see is that there is really equitable access for all educators and learners, the entire community. We think about the skills gap that exists and what we can do to bridge that gap. In terms of our partnerships, in Nigeria, we have a 5 million skilling initiative, which we have partnered with the federal government of Nigeria through the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Technology to provide upskilling for Nigerians. And what we're doing with that is ensuring that artificial intelligence is one of the 3 core pillars in the way we're thinking about the thematic areas. And one of the reasons that we've decided to do this is because we recognize that if the skilling gap is not bridged quickly, we would never be able to achieve the equitable access. In South Africa, similarly, we have the 300,000 youth program, which we are upskilling South Africans to prepare them for the work environment. And I'll just talk a bit about that, not specific to South Africa, but just generally. We recognize that one can be provided with skills, but we also acknowledge the place that a place where you prepare the individual for the workforce. And we do that by providing access to the platforms that they require to actually engage in real life work, in a real life work environment before they actually go into work, so that you're upskilling them, but you're also preparing them for work. Beyond doing that, we also make sure that we provide access to AI-empowered tools that can help educators in the way that they are curating content for learners, so that they are able to a very large extent, provide personalized learning for learners, to ensure that they are able to improve delivery models. So basically, the AI systems are learning from the learners to be able to help them, scale and accelerate their progress more quickly. So for us, it's not just the skilling, it's also the ensuring that they have the right tools and that are available to them to do what they need to do to scale.
Thanks, Tony. That brings us back to our great debate this morning about whether online universities or online platforms are going to be the way of the future and are sufficient for learners to get those skills that they need. So good to hear that Microsoft is working on this. But speaking of South Africa, let's turn to Mark. Mark, you are at Schoola. You have a company there that is actually actively using personalized learning solutions for millions of learners. Can you tell us a bit about Schooła's solutions and how you're making accessible, effective learning solutions for your African contexts?
Thank you, Amy. So I'm from Schoola Foundation in South Africa. So a little bit of context. Schoola means we are opening. It's an Nguni word, and 4 of our 11 official languages have the Nguni language as its root, so it means the same thing to the majority of South Africans in their mother tongue. And our mission is to champion a love of maths and science by creating rich, integrated learning experiences for people everywhere through the use of science and technology. And to do that, at a systemic level, is actually quite complicated. So machine learning and AI is core to what we do. We originally produced openly licensed textbooks, which are actually consumed by over 50% of all South Africans online on mobile devices every year. But the strategy we adopted was to say, as a technology company, what's the optimal complement to openly licensed textbooks that we can produce? And we operate in the maths, physics, and chemistry space. So we built an adaptive practice platform for high school maths, physics, and chemistry, which has a machine learning engine, learns about students. We developed our own technology for creating generative items that the algorithm uses, and we can align it to different curricula. But what we really found, and certainly in the early days, was a lot of people were very enthusiastic about engaging with us, talking about the data we've got, how exciting it is. And we can measure individual learners' learning journeys, calibrate that, do RCTs, things like that. But what we've really found is it doesn't matter how fancy your algorithm is, if a student does only one question, you didn't solve their problem. And so you said, how are we using machine learning and AI? And actually, we're using it as a core piece of something that we had to wrap in everything from the financial accessibility, the technical accessibility. So our platform is free. We had to get it 0 rated on most of the mobile networks so that students can actually access it. We can't achieve systemic change if we don't integrate it to curriculum-aligned solutions that somehow can be used by teachers at schools, because the vast majority of students in our context spend most of their time at school or getting to or from school. So if you want to have systemic change, if you want to have real impact, it's got to align with the school system. We don't want to fight with the government. We want to align with what they're doing, especially in rural contexts. Students might have to travel an hour to school. That's where they're going to get their meal. Then they have to travel home. Then we've got to include the parents. If the parents are blockers, if the teachers are blockers, if the government's blocking, and so this kind of psychosocial support, regulatory support, and technical and financial support is required to just get a bit of machine learning to the students. So we focused on delivering it over phones, any device that can connect to the internet, putting out intelligence in the cloud, requiring a low-end device, making sure that the work with government is in place so that it's curriculum aligned, we're not blocking anything, automatically reporting to government. We voluntarily do that so that we don't have those blockers. So at this point, we can safely say that we get our textbooks to over 50% of all the South Africans in high school, and about 15% of students in South Africa use our practice service. But the real impact is going to come when we can motivate teenagers to use it more, because just because something is free and accessible and on a device doesn't mean that a 15-year-old is going to spend hours doing maths every day. And so motivated individuals and engaging with the system and the support, the teachers, the tutors, the parents, the mentors, is actually as important as any algorithm parameters we might fine-tune. We mostly use generative AI in the back office to help us make all the other stuff more effective. We haven't found that it's yet at the level where we would expose students for maths, physics, and chemistry to it directly. So with all due respect to the LLM experts in the room, it doesn't quite do a good enough job for us today.
Thank you for a controversial opinion there, and we'll come back to that. But in the meantime, Rudolph, you know, at EdTech Hub, you've kind of seen across all of these spaces, companies, governments, big corporations. Can you tell us what are some of your policy recommendations? And for me, I really want to know about your key research priorities in this AI ML space that you've seen at EdTech.
Thank you so much, Amy. And I'll start by saying a big thank you to Alex and team for giving us a nod and our global mandate on EdTech research. And also, you know, we are beginning some work in AI in the next couple. So it'll be good to connect with folks here to understand how that looks like. You know, as the panelists were talking, I was hearing research questions throughout. One could be, you know, how do we improve skills across youth? And that is an active question we can, you know, Microsoft and the ministry could begin to look into, because it's one of those big questions you are trying to solve with the interventions that are being built. And so, you know, at that point, how are we learning from the field to inform the kinds of decisions we are making on our implementation? And I hear from Obum and Mark, these are all areas we could get questions from and establish research priorities. And I think one thing that is important to note is it's nice for us at the EdTech Hub to establish priorities, but to be fair, if it's country-led, if it's ministry-led, and we are understanding what those priorities look like, then, you know, we can begin to uncover exactly what we need to do around AI to move forward. And, you know, in the previous session, we had Deputy Director talk about, you know, the concern about AI and, you know, and I was talking to Obum and I was asking, so what happens if the child finishes in 5 minutes? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Now, that also raises significant ethical questions. Now, between Mark, you know, Microsoft, Google, they have been grappling with these ethical questions for quite some time. And they've built relationships with ministries for quite some time. And so as ministries begin to, you know, move into AI and think about what priorities they should think about, ethics is one of the bigger questions you talk about. Then you move into data. Data, AI revolves around data. It gives you as much as you give it. And so to Mark's point, if a child is taking one quiz, then they can't, and you know, they made the ethical choice of saying, we can't really tell you that we are, doing this much work in AI because we still are trying to figure it out. And so it's very critical that we start to look into some of the key questions, which is at the fundamentals, because then if your fundamentals are shaky when it comes to data structures, emails, and all of that, it becomes very difficult for AI to thrive because your data is not aligned, And I was talking to Director Sandlos, my brother from Ghana, and I was saying, well, our ICT in education policy is at cabinet. I gleaned it and I realized we are looking at pieces about AI. He spoke about AI, but why haven't we spoken about your key priorities in AI? And we had a good banter about it, which is great. But I think that as we begin to talk about data ethics and basic day-to-day questions, we can begin to really think about how we are going to use AI. So, our research priorities also feed on these conversations that happen in this room, outside this room, ministerial forum that will happen over the next couple of days. We feed on those things. Because when you think about it, we are fast approaching 2030. It's what, 6 years away? And so now, as we begin to dabble in newer things, what are we doing with the existing things and how is AI facilitating it in decision making? If we came across a policy that was absolutely written by AI, what would that mean? How do we deal with it? What are the ethics guardrails? If EdTech entrepreneurs are implementing AI, how are they protecting information, data, safety? We need to begin to think about these things, and they feed into the policy recommendations, because from the priorities and the questions, we see a direct linkage into the recommendations and then wrapped into the policy bills and whatnot. So let me pause there, and then we take it from over.
Great. Thanks so much to everybody for introducing these initial perspectives. I want to pick up on something that you said, referencing our last panel, and some of the questions we have about how AI changes things as learners are engaging with our current curricula. So is it the fact that a learner now doesn't actually need to learn the skills because the AI is doing it for them? Or in other cases, AI can lead to this very personalized, very different trajectory for every student. How does that engage with the curricula and the standards that every country has laid out for the education system? And how are those able to work in concert with each other? I would love different opinions here if we want to engage with each other. I'm going to let you guys talk to each other about this, and I'll step in if I have to.
Okay, I'll take a stab at it.
Rudolph.
I mean, when you talk about personalized learning curriculum, I think from an EdTech perspective, one of the things we love to see is how EdTech is interacting with, ministry structures, policies, and things like that. And so every country will go through a curriculum design process, reform, and whatnot, and it has standardized structures that it follows. Now, then the question becomes, how are we designing AI tools or even policies to really understand the frameworks? Do we have enough, historical data to see how, these curriculums have fared over the last couple to then inform a particular change? So at the very systems level, you can look at using AI to make data-driven decisions at the ministerial level. But then as it comes into utilization or implementation, then these frameworks become very important in ensuring that the right learning journeys based on the learning framework that the country has defined is being followed. We are learning from it, and colleague from Microsoft said we are learning from the kids. The AI is learning from the kids, but then we can then be learning how the AI is functioning and relating to our curriculums to then promote improved personalized learning. So that's essentially how it is, but in my mind. But then the other piece from a policy perspective is how rapidly will our curriculums and policy frameworks adapt to the rapid changes of AI? Because then after this conversation, we would see significant changes over the next week. How is the policy and the curriculum reform responding to that? So it's an interesting bi-direction.
I think for us, one of the important things is to align with the school system. So we're talking about the curriculum. And then I just think about sort of 50% plus of the schools in South Africa that are no-fee schools. I'll speak to the context I'm most familiar with, and just how much the government and the teachers and the officials are just struggling with moving a cohort through the basic curriculum. So I'm all for self-paced progress, but I think what we'll have to do is really support the government and the policymakers in how to accept that data. Because we can collect the data, we can say that this learner has mastered these concepts, mastered these topics, and then you're going to have a principal and a teacher and a district official saying, do I move this kid to another class? Do we move them on to the next grade for one subject, for all the subjects? I mean, we want to do that, but I think that we will have to kind of de-risk it for the administrators significantly. We're going to have to make sure that they've got access to data that's very, very clean, that really they understand, that's appropriately calibrated, so that they can say, okay, we'll acknowledge that this student doesn't need to write the exam in 3 years' time because they've already mastered the content, things like that. But actually, that's what we do want, because we can't expect, like, especially in contexts where you've got 50 or 60 kids in a class, to move that cohort all together, right? We know that there's no way they're all going to be on the same page. And so you're undermining some students. Some students still can't keep up when we need to introduce that flexibility. But I can see administrators being extremely anxious, because if they just know we're trying to move this cohort, this is what they've got to do in a year, and this black box, all of a sudden this child is sorted or not, moving ahead in one subject, I just can see government officials being extremely distressed about how to manage that. And I think it's fair. And so one of my soapboxes is we got to provide government with data, but I think sometimes we've got to capacitate, I can't capacitate them, but they don't know how to receive the data from edtech companies. How do we give it to them in a meaningful way so that they can actually digest it and utilize it? And data's come up a lot, but I think we've got to give the data to them, get them used to that before we can take that next step. But we definitely need to figure it out.
Any reactions to that?
I'll just take us a few steps back, because beyond the solutions that are being built, I think fundamentally we need to think about the principles that guide the building of those systems. And this is what we would want to really consider when we think about the ethical aspects. So for instance, if you think about the policies that government policymakers are putting in place, you know, one of the first things you would think about, well, one of the first things I'll think about, what are the guiding principles? So for instance, at Microsoft, we have what we call our responsible AI principles, which are 6 of them around transparency, accountability, privacy and security, reliability and safety, inclusiveness. And what you're basically doing is setting the stage for how AI systems are built, so that inadvertently you have a direction as to where you do not want to veer off from. For me, this is critical because AI systems can do a lot of good, but they can also be weaponized. So how do governments think about ensuring that the malicious actors are not sort of, you know, going haywire with what AI can do? And once you've put that in place, the next thing I'll be thinking about is, what are you feeding the AI systems with? So what's the quality of your data sets? That is particularly a huge problem for low-income countries. It's a huge problem for a lot of countries on the continent. And for us, the first thing we would be advising any government stakeholder that's considering these issues would be, what is your data governance strategy? Because there has to be a way that you put safety measures in place. So would you want your AI systems to take control of certain things? No, you wouldn't want to. what you want to do is to make sure that your AI systems are working as a support supporting function, as a supporting function where the human still takes accountability, still has accountability for the outcomes of AI systems.
I want to come to you next, but I just had to ask about this reaction from Rudolph. Did you disagree with that?
No. I think the mention of data governance just stirred up work we've been doing at the Hub for quite some time with ministries. And in as much as I put Nana Jemfi Sendlos, on the spot, it's one of those things that, we've been working with the ministry to try and figure out and bring the right actors to the table. So I think data governance is a big thing. It's not spoken about enough. And it basically creates an initial structure. And, having folks, I don't see it's easy for me to see Sendlos, Microsoft, Google, and other players within Ghana sitting down to talk about what is your strategy for data governance, how are you going about it. These are some of the active actions we can take. Moving from here and then out into the world following these conversations. These are practical things that can happen.
Yes.
But I'll hand over to Obum.
Okay, so you were in agreement. That's a really important thing that we have to take care of. All right, is Google more AI forward, or are you on the slower train?
Well, so that's an interesting question because actually, just to set some context, I work for Google DeepMind, which is the AI unit of Google. So that question is, we are forward-looking. So I think, too, I totally agree with all the points that have been shared. 2 points I wanted to add is on Nonye's point around the first principles. Google also has the AI first principles, which I won't talk about. But my message is really to EdTech companies that are building around AI solutions. The first is what we call participatory approach to development and research. And that's what we've used in building the LearnLM that I mentioned earlier. And back to the question around curriculum integration, right? So at times we wait until we build a solution and then we go to the classroom or to teachers or to these stakeholders to say, hey, this is what we've built. But instead, what we should be doing is using this participatory approach where we actually include the teachers very early on in the process and researchers like Rudolph very early on in the process to really ask those basic questions around who are we trying to help and what is it that they need help with, right? I think that changes a lot of things. And then the last point there is around data sets. At times we also have seen where we kind of overthink this thing around data sets, but there are very, very basic things that we can start with. I went through school, the education system here in Nigeria. I read very amazing books, Chinua Achebe's books, Wole Soyinka's book, Ngugi Watingo book, and so many of them. Those contents are not online, and we are talking about like if we are going to really use AI to make learning more relevant for Africans, we need them online, we need them digitized, we need the data sets around those contents to make whatever we are building much more relevant and useful for Africans.
Thank you. Mark, go ahead.
I just want to make a comment. I think completely agree with the importance of the ethics, and especially if you think about training on biased data sets and things like that. But Amy, you mentioned something at the beginning, that the audience is going to be experts by the end of this talk. And we're throwing AI around as an acronym, and we briefly mentioned ML a couple of times, and they're not all the same. And machine learning, I mean, AI is just built on it, and it's now we throw AI around probably meaning generative AI a lot. So I thought maybe I'll ask Amy a question to explain the difference between ML and AI as people generally understand it, because there are ethical considerations in doing experiments with learners, do no harm. Then there's the ethics around the data sets, then there's the biases. And if we think about the global south, then we know that we're almost guaranteed to be on the receiving end of negative biases on almost any data set that's available. for training just general LLM. So it's extremely high risk, but not all ML solutions, not all AI solutions have that same extreme ethical risk. They're not all necessarily going to, well, we do maths and science practice, so I mean, there's still ethical factors involved, but ML versus AI, but I'm a simple person. I think you'd explain it better than I would, the difference between them.
I don't think any other panel has turned a question back on the moderator, but all right. We did promise that you would be more experts in this topic by the time you left. And the title of our session does say both AI and ML. So let's try to give a quick definition, and then you can disagree with me, coming from DeepMind. All right, so oftentimes we see machine learning as a subset of artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence is this big topic which may contain many forms of ways in which we could receive a response from a computer that we would perceive to have intelligence. So that's why we're talking about large language models that might be a chat GPT or other things that you're talking to online. But artificial intelligence can encompass many more things beyond large language models. Machine learning specifically tends to be a statistical form of artificial intelligence where, for instance, we are collecting a lot of data from the Schoola platform, and we are making predictions about what a learner might need to see next or about how well they have learned the material. So machine learning is tied more into statistical data science, whereas artificial intelligence is a much broader term that encompasses many ways of thinking about how a computer might demonstrate intelligence. Do you have any corrections to my generalized explanation here?
No correction. I think the only thing I'll add is, coming back to generative AI, is we are now in an unprecedented time when the AI capabilities have really gotten better, that we can do more beyond text, right? Beyond natural language processing, and do what we call multimodal capabilities around text, image, video, and so many things that would actually then bring learning live and real to students and learners everywhere. So very, very interesting and exciting times, and advancements in whether you call it AI or machine learning, but more importantly, generative AI can help us revolutionize education.
Thank you. Yes, hopefully that helped clarify some things when we're talking about the two together, and then generative AI as a layer on top of that. But I would like to come back to your question about data sets. And I know we had this question from the audience as well. What Africa-centric data sets are actually needed in order to build the future of EdTech for Africa? And where are we going to get them? I didn't say this would be easy.
I don't have a short answer. I don't know. I mean, we collect our own data, but for an ML platform, so yeah, the data sets for training broader AI, there's so much knowledge that we need to codify accurately and index. I think the big organizations in the room need to answer that question.
Well, I'm not sure I can answer that question in its entirety, but I think I'll just kind of hone in on the challenge generally in education. So when you think about the over 240 million people globally that don't have access to basic education, and then 20 million of those being in Nigeria, what we should be asking ourselves what AI can do to help close that gap, because it's a huge gap. So in terms of where those data sets will come from, there has to be a concerted collaboration with the private sector, public sector, and all key players that are involved in that process. And it's very important because this is where we think about the biases that AI systems produce, and they're really large, well, sometimes from the data that it has been fed into it. This is a key concern, particularly for this continent, because earlier on, I think the first panel, there was a lot of conversation around infrastructure and you know, the dearth of that in Nigeria and more broadly on the continent. And that's a real issue, because if we think about not having the right infrastructure to help access, then how do we have access? But I think the panelists from the World Bank did a great job of providing some insights as to how policymakers can be thinking about it. So not necessarily in terms of infrastructure builds, because the extent of resources that are required to do that, I mean, is mind-boggling, but thinking about the access in itself. So having equitable opportunities to interface with some of these platforms so that solution builders can build solutions regardless of the infrastructure challenges. So that's on one hand. Then you think about the people, right, the audience that these solutions are being built for. So if, say, for instance, an EdTech company was building a solution for, to serve communities in remote areas, how do they get access, you know, to those solutions? So if you think about mobile technology again, and that was mentioned, right, can we use AI solutions to build EdTech solutions so that they can be conveyed in mobile devices and taken to these remote areas so that the audience still has access, right? It's very complex. There are so many challenges revolving around it, but I think that there are opportunities for us to use what we have for now, whilst we're thinking about how to address the challenges that we're seeing emanating from what's existing.
Yeah, I think that question could be a research priority. And
Thank
so
you.
if we take that question in and of itself, and we take Africa out of that question and we put in a country, you know, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Sierra Leone, and we begin to work with partners, Mastercard, IDRC, GPE, then we can begin to try and understand what's the wealth of knowledge we know around these things when it comes to learning journeys, learning behaviors, and begin to also ask ourselves questions around what kind of data do we collect beyond number of students, number of facilities, whether there's water, whether there is, you know, a feeding program and whatnot, but also on behavior. Because then if we are collecting data on how students move from one level to another, how much time it takes for them to interact with one course or another, how, I don't know, you know, how long it takes them to, you know, really master how to read a full sentence. As we dig deeper into those things, I mean, asking ourselves what are the, you know, African-based data sets we could do, we can then begin to incorporate that into our national data structures, EMIS, agencies and whatnot. But over to Boom.
Yeah, so I always like the angle about making everything a research project. But yeah, so I think there is the data we already have, there is data we need, but beyond data, there is also who is actually building AI, and are Africans participating in building AI? That's a very fundamental question. So I think in terms of the data we already have, one biggest challenge we've seen with education is teachers bring a lot of magic to learning, and you can't replace teachers because they have this pedagogy expertise that is the foundation of education. It's very hard to operationalize pedagogy practices, but at least we can identify effective ways of teaching and see how we then use AI to improve that. And that's what we've done with the Learn LM system. where we've actually started to operationalize those effective ways of teaching. In terms of data sets for Africa uniquely, we also have one of the most diverse diversity in languages in the world. I think about more than 3,000 languages. And we need to pay a lot of attention on how do we actually, as students go to the classroom, they learn in different cultures and different languages. How do we capture those moments and actually make it meaningful for AI? There are grassroots organizations in Africa. There is Mastercard Foundation, which is a grassroots movement. They are doing a lot of work on natural language processing and languages using AI, and so many of them. So how can we support them? But beyond that, very quickly, is the thing I worry about a lot is we don't want 10 years from now to be consumers of AI. We want to be at the forefront of building AI, and that's very critical, even in data set and all that. A few years ago, we looked at data for you to look at where do all the AI scientists come from in the world. One data point is to look at the top AI journals in the world and see how many publications come from different regions. We looked at a 10-year history, and only less than 1% of publications in top AI journals came from Africa. So we wanted to change that. So what we've done is we have a number of initiatives. The way I think about it is at every stage of the education talent pipeline, we need to have interventions to upskill people around AI. At the secondary school level, we have a new program we call Experience AI that focuses on helping teachers understand very foundationally what machine learning is, that definition you are talking about, the implications of machine learning in society, but also the benefits of machine learning in society, and all the discussions we've been having around data and bias. And the goal is if we empower teachers, they can then bring that learning to students and have them have that knowledge of this is what machine learning is, this is how you can participate in building it, but also this is how you can use it responsibly. We have that program now rolling out in Kenya and more African countries later in the year. And then the second one is at the university level. We need to have more AI engineers and more AI researchers building AI that will work for the world, but also more importantly for Africa. So we made a $4.5 million investment to start a new master's, AI for Masters program, Pan-African program, where we are training 160 learners across Africa, university students, to go all the way and get a master's degree in AI. Hoping that those, in 5 years' time, those will be the ones like leading this whole forge around building AI solutions that will work for Africa and also the rest of the world. And so many other programs that I'll talk about, but the key message here is data is important, but we also need to actually empower people, to Africans, to be at the forefront of building AI and not only using AI.
Thank you. I also have to take this opportunity to pitch our Carnegie Mellon University Masters in AI, which you can enroll in Kigali, in our campus in Rwanda. So yes, let's get more AI engineers here on the continent. Mark, you wanted to add to that.
I guess just a comment on, I think the diversity that's been emphasized. So we've got the ethics we have to worry about. The data sets need to be available. There's the risk then of saying we're going to paint Africa with one brush, right? Where we've got all the different languages. You mentioned specifically a country, but you didn't emphasize, actually, it does matter. Africa is an incredibly diverse continent. It's really great to be at an African EdTech conference. That's amazing. And there's a huge amount of diversity. So the thing that I think is actually important is open data sets then. Because if we're going to look at the ethics, we're going to look at the risks, we're going to look at the biases, you want to know what does that data set look like. So we say we don't have data sets available. We can't wait for perfect data sets for every single different country to be available. We need to continue to evolve. We need to understand the risks, the caveats, the weaknesses in data sets, but that doesn't mean we can't learn from them. We just need to be able to talk openly and transparently about them and interrogate those data sets. So I would say that just like open source software, open education, I think like open data sets that can really be used and then tested in different contexts, tested in different countries, because contextual factors are going to be absolutely critical as well. And then what are the deficiencies in this data set? What are the weaknesses? Where does it not seem, where does it seem to where do models trained on this data set seem to fall down, things like that. Then we can identify areas where to embellish on that data set, where the weaknesses are, what is universal, what has got to be unique, and we can go on forever. So research questions abound.
So I think that's a pitch for those of you in the audience who have your own company to be opening up your data sets, especially if you're cross-country, cross-context, so that we can all start taking a look and understanding what's happening, what's working for learners, where, when, and why. So yeah, I know it's a challenge as a company to commit to something like that, but I think that could be a real key part of our future here. So I also wanted to pick up on something you said about building out AI standards. This is our last question. Across the curriculum, for teachers also, I assume parents need to get in on this. And are we at the point where governments should be implementing AI standards for our young learners to be acquiring in school?
Critical. You think about the strategies that governments want to put in place to address some of these issues. You talk about sensitive use cases. So part of that, some of those sensitive users, you'd have children fall under those, so vulnerable groups, which of course children would be part of. And I think we also need to consider how I like the way you put it, thinking about the implications of what we're doing, understanding what the challenges are, and providing the solutions to those. Because it's not just about saying that the challenges are here. It's also us making sure that, like Obum said, we're not just consumers, but we are also producers as well. We're curating, we're developing, we're implementing, and because we are the ones who are facing the challenges that we face on the continent. We are the ones who understand the impact of those challenges, and we should be contributing to how the solutions are being built to address some of those challenges. I also just wanted to mention something that Microsoft is doing around this, and it's part of our learning tools offerings. It's something that we offer as a free service. It's called the Microsoft Learning Tools and Open Source Immersive Reader. It's basically helping you, helping learners, helping educators in the way that they are building content, in the way they're using content to address some of these challenges. And I can see that the screen is red, so I'll stop.
All right, so we have heard a lot of calls to action here in this panel today. If you're a company, open up your data sets, help us build the future of AI on the continent. If you're government, we need to be starting to build in standards for AI and computer science from the ground up, but also communicating it to teachers and to parents. And I'm sure there will be lots of conversations with our panelists over lunch. Thank you all so much for an engaging conversation. Thank you to our audience for your great questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amy Organ. A round of applause, please, for such an excellent moderation of that panel, and of course, really insightful conversations. Can we please take a picture together just before you go off stage? Excellent, thank you. Please, one more time, a round of applause.
All right, can we get the camera, guys? Quick pictures with the panel and the moderator. A really fantastic session, we must agree, and we have a lot more coming for the rest of day 2, but just to let you know that in a bit it's going to be launch time. Thank you very much to our panel. Okay.
Brilliant, thank you. Thank you so much. Really grateful. What a way to lead us to lunch. Again, has been said, a number of people have had the ongoing debate as to AI, merits, demerits, is it coming to take our jobs, will students become lazier with the intervention? But it was great to see them really dissect just how much AI and ML could certainly help to advance education, accessibility, inclusion on the African continent.
Absolutely. All right, it's time for us to go for lunch break. But of course, remember that we have the breakout sessions right after lunch. So please, we'll definitely send a reminder at that time. But lunch now, while lunch is going on, there's going to be a conversation with the AU Youth Envoy, Chido Mpemba, and it's going to be moderated by Joy Doreen Bira. You can watch that during lunch. But for now, please, I think everyone can head over to lunch.
Well, just before you go to lunch, and just a little information with regards to the breakout sessions and where they will be happening and the conversations that will be happening in individual rooms immediately after lunch, just as we did yesterday. We'll bring you that information shortly. But before we do that, during the second session, actually, during tea and coffee, we had join with us. Remember that we've talked about the importance of having critical stakeholders join the conversations we're having in the 2.5 days that we have for conference. And whilst that was happening, we had the mandate secretary, women for the Federal Capital Territory Authority, FCTA, join us whilst we were speaking, Dr. Adedayo Benjamin's Lani. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining. Thank you for coming. Really grateful. So the Federal Capital Territory, where we are, Abuja, is where the FCTA authority governs, and so she represents and leads policies, changes, and things that affect women, and so we're really grateful that you've come here today. Also with her is the National Consultant, Private Sector Partnership for UN Women Nigeria Country Office, Ms. Hansatu Adegbite. Thank you so much. Okay, so for the breakout sessions,
yes, just to quickly let everyone know, if you are going to be in the education or EdTech in education, it's going to be taking place in the Lagos room, and that is in M1 at the main building. EdTech in higher education is going to be taking place in Kano room. If you ask the hostesses, they will direct you to where these places are. And EdTech in Tibet and lifelong learning is going to be taking place here at the plenary hall. So whichever one of them that you are meant to be in, please right after lunch, quickly head there. We will give I'll make another announcement just as lunch is ending to let you know that it's time for these breakout sessions and you could go there.
So I see your faces and I know that you're anxious to get out of this room into your, to get to your food. One more announcement, and just to let you know which sessions. So in the EdTech for basic education, we have building bridges, infrastructure for inclusive EdTech access. This is happening in the Lagos room, and that is in the main building, M2. For higher education, which is happening in the Kano room is the top, just the room above the Congress Hall where you're having lunch. And the topic is capacity needed for EdTech in higher education to flourish in Africa. And finally, right here in this room,
yes, right here in this room, we have EdTech in Tibet and lifelong learning.
Yes, lifelong learning in Africa, global lessons, and local action. So you can pick any of the conversations that suits where you are or where you'd like to contribute to them. And of course, it's 2 back-to-back, and then we'll come back for the closing plenary. And it's an all-girls panel. We're looking forward to that because it's going to be truly powerful and exciting. Thank you so much for being an amazing audience. We'll see you right after the breakout sessions, and that would come after lunch. Lunch is for 1 hour. All right, so we'll see you back.
Hello and welcome to the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Conference 2024. We're coming to you from Abuja, Nigeria. And now I'd like to delve into the perspective of young people. What do the young people have to say about building resilient and inclusive EdTech ecosystems around the African continent? Joining me now is Chido Cleopatra Mpemba, who is the African Union Special Envoy, and she's going to be talking to us pretty much about the youth voice in EdTech and how decisions are being made and how her office is playing a part in making sure this happens. Chido, thank you so much for joining us on this conversation. And let me start by saying, what exactly does your office do and what is its mandate at the moment?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. So my mandate as the Special Envoy, you're new to the chairperson, is to really advocate for the voices of our African youth from across the continent. And this is in a context of policy level. How do we ensure that whatever decision is made on our continent is also incorporating the largest demographic that we have, which are the young people? I work with our member states. I work with the young people themselves, be it in civil society, national youth councils, and we work with various ministries across all board, including on education. But most importantly, we also have the Africa Youth Charter, which was adopted by our member states and our head of states in 2006 in Banjul. And we've been advocating to ensure that all member states sign onto the Youth Charter. It's currently, we have 14 countries that are yet to sign the Youth Charter, which speaks on the rights of young people and different elements on our economic development and education for young people too.
That's interesting. So the African Union declared 2024 the year of education, and it's pretty much focusing on equipping young Africans with 21st century skills. How is your office as an African Union Special Envoy making sure that you are advancing young people's education?
So it's quite interesting. Maybe I should actually start off on how this theme came about. And this work started 2 years ago, again, dating back to the listening tour, me having visited Abuja, going to Kunda district, going to Ghana and realizing that education was something that was core for young people and what they think should be the focus of the African Union. And that also then went to the Transforming Education Summit, which happened on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly in 2022. And I got that opportunity to present the findings from these listening tours and a youth manifesto that I'd worked on with young people in terms of what young people want to see in education being transformed in Africa. And I presented this to the head of states in the meeting where they were also giving reports on what they're going to do within their respective countries. Fast forward, some of that lobbying was to do with making sure that there is a year where we get to focus on education as a theme for the African Union, which has led up to this year. And, as a result of that, there's also a task force. There's a C10 task force of member states and head of states that are steering this work towards transforming education in Africa. Now, from a youth perspective, one thing we've been advocating for is to ensure that there's inclusion in the decision-making. When these decisions are made policy-wise or collectively as the African Union, we need to ensure that there's a youth voice that's incorporated. I'll give you some specific examples. We see that in Sierra Leone, following the Youth Manifesto that spoke on, stuff to do with STEM education, for instance, for young people across Africa. Sierra Leone introduced free education on STEM. One of the things we've seen is a gender-responsive education, stuff to do with, making sure there's free sanitary wear in schools, because you find that in most, even in communities, that could also be someone who has an innovation that would change the world 10 years down the line. So I feel like there's such a link to everything, in as much as we can focus on gender responsive education, but that could actually have a consequence on the quality or innovation of education coming from outside of Africa, because the solutions lie in the young people themselves too.
How are you, as a youth envoy, advancing EdTech across the different African countries? Because what we see so far is that there are certain African countries that are doing way better than others. And I want to know from you, what measures are you putting in place to preach the gospel of EdTech across Africa?
Within my office, we actually launched a campaign, which we call the Make Africa Digital campaign, that has gone to 6 countries so far and has had an impact of over 2,000 young people. Now, this campaign specifically focuses on digital innovation. We partnered with Google, for instance, in the beginning, and we would find local-led youth-led locally tech hubs. And, we would have initiatives ranging from digital skills training, but also a component of that had to do with consultations from young people themselves to say, what do you think should be done in technology to ensure that we transform education? And with all these inputs, we're actually launching a policy brief. This launch of the policy brief will be on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly, which will be happening in September at the Global Africa Business Initiative. I must also indicate one thing that we noticed, even embarking on this campaign, this digital skills campaign across the continent, in some communities where we visited, one of the feedback we're receiving from young people is, in as much as we're talking about EdTech, we're talking about digital transformation, but we also need to look at the access of technology first. I remember when we tried to launch a digital skills campaign in a community just outside of Accra, and the young women there actually indicated to say, you can come and speak about this digital training, talk about advancing technology in Africa, but so long we don't have access to the internet, so long we do not have the gadgets, then there's still more work to be done in that regard.
Right. Are there specific initiatives that you have started that are moving us in the right direction or moving the needle in the right direction?
On a formal perspective, if we talk about EdTech in terms of this being part of the policies and the ministries of education within governments, we've just gone as far as the advocacy, bringing our voice to the table, the youth manifesto, as well as the policy brief that we will be presenting on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly.
All right. So let me talk about the challenges. Your office might seem like it's all hunky-dory. But are there challenges you face in implementing your mandate? Maybe you could tell us about those and tell us what are some of the mechanisms you're coming up with to deal with those challenges.
They are quite a lot of challenges. I think one of them is, like I indicated, that youth is cross-cutting. We could be here talking about education, we could be talking about technology, but there are also issues to do with climate change. There are also issues to do with political participation of young people. We all know that, for instance, this year is the biggest election year that we have across Africa. And for me, in as much as there's an opportunity to advocate further for young people, but there's also the challenge to say, how can we tackle all these issues at once? And one person is not able to do that. But again, that's also the importance of bringing young people as part of the journey. So within the Office of the Youth Envoy, for instance, we have the African Union Youth Reference Committee, which is made up of young people. They represent different countries, really, but across different sectors. We'll also be launching very soon the panel of the future that will look at, for instance, the summit of the future and how we can incorporate young Africans' voices within it. And, my office is made up of dynamic young individuals. And these are individuals, that we work with, but are also seconded by the private sector in some instances and different institutions. And that also helps to ensure that we're able to cover majority of the topics. The second thing I would say is resources. And this is something I've seen with young people themselves. When I speak to young people across the continent that have amazing business ideas and amazing initiatives, the challenge is in the actual resources to be able to implement. And we find that even as an office, it's something that we face as well, to say, okay, there's just so many priorities at the moment for the continent. It's not just youth. There are also priorities to do with, the different topics I spoke about, priorities to do with women, to name a few. So how do we ensure that with the limited resources that we have, we can still be able to make impact? But at times we also leverage in technology to make sure that we bring our voices together for the better good and, do our advocacy work. Because my role is actually more to do with advocacy. How do we advocate for youth-friendly policies within our member states and the African Union? But we've taken a step ahead, for instance, with the Make Africa Digital campaign, where, we've run this initiative. I also have an initiative for young girls, which is called the Lead Her Fellowship, that looks to capacity building for young people in entrepreneurship, technology, and peace and security.
And it's good that you talk about policies as well and how friendly they need to be to accommodate our young people's needs and demands as well. But let's talk about how you have been able to foster collaborations, because your office as well speaks for many millions of young people across the continent. And it's very important that your voice also is heard where collaborations for EdTech are concerned. And so I want to hear from you in terms of fostering collaborations between governments, NGOs, the private sector, you name it. Could you tell us about the part where you are now being a force to reckon with, where policy implementation is concerned?
In terms of the collaboration, I'll go back to the Make Africa Digital campaign, and I'm specifically bringing this campaign because it focuses on education, it focuses on technology, which is aligned to EdTech. We actually partnered with the private sector, in this instance being Google. We also partner with the government. So every country we've actually launched, it's been in partnership with the government. And then we partner with the young people themselves, be it from civil society, young people that are actually, running the, youth-led tech hubs. And this partnership, we've been able to bring impact. Now, on the influencing policy, for instance, I spoke about the policy brief that we'll be launching, but also to bring it into more perspective with the Youth Manifesto that we came up with, that was also part of our advocacy for the African Union to be able to adopt the year of 2024 as a year of education for the 21st century, which are all efforts in regards to, policy at a continental level as well. Of course, coming out of that and coming out of the Youth Manifesto, the various policies that we're also advocating for. I spoke about the gender responsive education policies, which we've seen Sierra Leone has already implemented. I spoke about STEM education, which we've also seen for Sierra Leone having implemented as well.
And so I want to bring this to a close, but I don't want to not talk about inclusivity. We know that there are millions of young girls across the African continent who are still being excluded from education or even a chance at education. Talk to me about that. How are you, in your position, making sure that there's more girls who are getting access to education and there's more young people as well who are getting access to education across board?
I believe that when we take it back to the government and policy, there should be quotas in place. How can we ensure that there's access for free education for young people, which goes back to gender responsive education? I also think that is something we can do collectively, not alone as an office. We're here to advocate. We make sure that even within the policies that are created, there's a youth voice and it also has a youth lens to it. But we also can only do that with our member states on board, the governments on board, the private sector on board, the civil society coming on board as well. And I also think in as much as we can focus on education on a formal basis, we shouldn't take away the informal education part of it. As an office, we launched a fellowship, which we call the Lead Her Fellowship. This is focused on young girls, and it's more of informal training and education, but on the subjects and topics that I spoke about: entrepreneurship, youth peace and security, technology, looking at multilateralism, how the African Union works, how the United Nations work, for instance. And that's also a contribution to say, in as much as we're advocating with our member states, we also going to do something as an office, even as the little that we can. So far, we've trained 200 young people through the fellowship as well.
Great, I like that. I like the sound of that. Thank you very much for making time to speak to us. Ladies and gentlemen, Chido Cleopatra Mpemba, African Union Special Envoy, talking to us about what she thinks needs to happen to transform our education around Africa. And remember, the theme for this year's Mastercard Foundation EdTech Conference is Education Technology for Resilient and Inclusive Learning across the African continent. Thank you all so much for paying attention. Bye-bye for now.
Dr. Bosun Tijani.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
And it's great to have you make time for this conversation on building an impactful EdTech ecosystem around Africa. Let me start with a basic question around Nigeria, of course, being the most populous country on the continent. What's your assessment of the current state of EdTech in Nigeria and Africa at large? And what direction do you think it needs to go?
I think the context we should always set clear when we're having conversations around technology and its use in sectors like education is the demography that we're a largely youthful continent. 70% of our people on the African continent are under the age of 30. In Nigeria, is 60% under the age of 25, which means by extension, most of our people are digital natives. They've been given birth to and they're growing up in an era where technology is all around them. They can see it, they can feel it. And if you also take that into consideration, the investment that has gone into technology over the years, we're not where we desire or where we should be when it comes to investment in technology. Most of our countries have made significant progress. Things like internet, mobile telephony are a lot more ubiquitous, which means many people can find a way to get online. And the implication of that in a world where the way we collect, process, and produce insight and knowledge is already changed significantly thanks to technology, is that people can now learn in a totally different way. And we've seen that disrupt education significantly on the continent. But the challenge is that it's disrupted informal education. So people who want to, on their own, learn how to handle a camera, a lot of these people can actually read up and learn digitally, virtually, online, without going into any proper school to learn. Folks who want to become, for instance, software developers, you find most of them learning virtually and getting that foundation that they need to actually get into a new career. So you can see this disrupting largely informal education. But because a lot of our people still must have certificate, they have to go through formal education systems. And formal education systems are controlled, they are regulated, they are directed by multiple stakeholders and infrastructure as well. So you can see that we've not seen the level of penetration that is required in formal education for technology to actually help disrupt that space. And the other part is the infrastructure that is required on the part of the government to be able to ensure that schools can support these things, ensuring that teachers can actually leverage technology to augment the way they teach and what they do in classroom. There's still significant gaps there as well, because you have a lot of teachers who were trained at a time where technology wasn't a part of how you teach. So there's still a huge gap in getting the teachers to be able to leverage technology to teach. And I think the biggest barrier that I don't think in EdTech we're talking about enough is actually connectivity and affordable devices. Those two things tied together. We can't at the minute guarantee that most of our learning institutions are connected. In a place like Nigeria, even tertiary education, you still have most people going into universities who don't have access to internet in their hostel. So how can you be learning as a university student in 2024 without internet? So we still have that massive gap there. Also, devices are still quite too affordable for a lot of our people as well. So even for learners whose parents would like to encourage them to use technology or virtual content to augment what they've been taught at school, they still have limitation to access. So we can't even take advantage of it when we talk about remediation, which is a major part of what technology offers, where you learn in classroom, there's a part you're struggling with. You can have your own remedial study outside of school. Quality internet, affordable devices, those things are still in the way.
What's the plan in this case to increase the level of access? Because if you talk about accessibility being one of the issues that need to be taken care of, what is the plan around that?
Is one, to be able to quickly reimagine how we use our Universal Service Provision Fund, which is a portion of the income that we generate as a government from telecommunications sector that is meant to help bridge the gap between those who are served and unserved and underserved. At the minute, for us to truly build the digital backbone for Nigeria, we need to lay around 125,000 fiber optic cable, which is the core backbone. And the private sector has only been able to invest in 35%. So government must find ways to accelerate the completion of that target. But one other thing we've done, and we're still doing, is looking at existing infrastructure and saying, because some of them were actually designed to also pass through schools. And the way we're looking at this project is that hoping that in the next 2 to 3 years, we can significantly deploy a major part of that target. And once we do that, we will be able to drive down the cost of good quality internet. And by driving down the cost, academic institutions will be able to reimagine the business model for which they pay for connectivity, because at the minute, most of them don't pay.
What would you say would be some of the innovative solutions that we can look into to make sure that technology-enabled learning is reaching the millions of learners in Nigeria who do not have access to education?
If people are truly connected, we can quickly upskill a lot of our teachers to actually learn about new methods of teaching, give them access to content that they can use to augment what they teach in classroom. But also offer some sort of collaboration amongst these teachers as well, almost like building a virtual community of teachers so that they can also share insights and ideas on how they should teach. Because personally, I believe that education is changing significantly because learners now have access to a ton of content. They are distracted. The way they want to learn is changing. And teachers must be trained and empowered to be able to meet up with these learners where they are at the minute.
How do we convince our ministries of education, or in this case, our governments, that local solutions can work and solve local problems?
I think the ecosystem needs to start to see that to truly get technology into schools, we must approach it from an ecosystem perspective, which means for the program that Mastercard Foundation is running, engaging government together with the startups is extremely important, or working with the accelerator to build a relationship with government and with schools, with association of schools is extremely important and a path to scaling. We can't just expect that the startups on their own will have the greatest marketing team and they'll go from place to place. We're not going to get the scale that we need to get, because the way decisions are taken within formal education system is somewhat through what we may call informed approach. It's not through a sales approach. You're not going to come sell a new education solution to the Ministry of Education and they'll just buy. It's probably going to be based on a policy, or it's going to be based on some sort of funding that some donor is given, especially on the African continent, where an agreement is reached that this is the fix to the problem in your country, and we're giving you money to do it. And as they're given the money, there are solutions that is being tied to it. That's how we need to start to engage EdTech if we want to see the scale that we want to see.
What kind of policies do we need to make this work?
There's going to be some sort of standard for certifying that solutions actually can lead to the promised learning outcome. Because someone has built something that is technology-based, or they've added artificial intelligence into it, doesn't mean that that solution can actually help a learner achieve their goals. In fact, in some cases, some solutions are dangerous to the way people learn. I think on the other hand as well, is also the need to help government be able to vet and determine what they should be spending money on. Because we shouldn't also forget that government may not also have the capacity or the know-how to actually be able to choose the right technology solutions. You know, they may know that we need a teacher training platform, but what are the things that should be in a teacher training platform? How do you look out to ensure that the technology solutions you're buying can actually meet what you want it to do? I think that gap is there. So you have a significant gap on the side of the government, on the side of those who are building a thorough understanding of education principles and the science that is behind how you teach and how people learn is missing. So there's a need for policies that can both plug that gap, but also inspire thinkings around how both sides can fix these problems.
Technologically speaking, what is working?
We've seen a few school management solutions that have been said to, they can be better, but to a large extent, I think they've worked really well. We've seen some global solutions also that they're beyond borders, beyond where they've been created. You've seen things around quizzing, for instance. So Kahoot is a popular EdTech solution that has worked really well. Quizzing is a popular side where we've seen a lot of technology solutions that works because they're quite straightforward. You take existing past questions and you find ways to present it to learner and they can use it to practice. I think where we've not seen great solutions and where artificial intelligence may actually help is in simplifying concept. When people are learning specific concepts in school, being able to simplify it the way a learner would truly grasp what you're talking about. I think That historically has been missing, and artificial intelligence can easily help get that done.
We have a young population in Africa, and they are being put out there as the youth dividend and also the future of work, because we are the youngest population in the world. How can we leverage technology to create opportunities for young people across Africa on the global stage?
If you look at the core of most of the challenges that we have across our key sectors, you can summarize them to be a productivity challenge. A lot of our sectors, not just in Nigeria, but in many African countries, are not punching where they should be. They're really not performing. So productivity is a major issue. We're not optimizing in nearly every sector. If you look at agriculture, Africa can actually be feeding the world if we're doing the right things, perhaps applying science, technology in it. We can be feeding the world. If you think of education, we shouldn't be struggling. We have these young people who are eager to learn if we find really smart, productive ways to teach them. Same for transportation, same for everything. So when you think about that, and you think more, if you go into the economics thinking around Cobb-Douglas production function that says the real way to leapfrog productivity is bring technological innovation into it, then you start to see that though we're youthful, though we have a lot of unemployed people, if we actually prioritize innovation in every of our sectors, you will find that more of our young people can actually lift the continent through their creativity.
Knowing that technology is pretty much dominated by young people, unlike farming, where the average farmer, we're told in Africa, is 60 years old, in technology, the average technology person is probably about 12, and going up. So if we're going to look at the incentives to encourage them to do what they're doing or what they can do best, how are we going about that? Giving them innovative incentives to be able to plug into the benefits of technology.
We've done the work we're doing with AI. We've already funded a significant number of startups focused on agriculture and also education in artificial intelligence. The next strategy we're working on, which I think in a few weeks, aside from the bill that is going to the National Assembly, is actually on UAE. And we've started talking to some top drone manufacturers. So Zipline, for instance, they have significant operations in Nigeria. There's Aseco, which is a French company that is also using drones to map here. We can see the application of drones significantly in the agriculture sector. And we want to encourage more innovations, and not just UAV, sensors and things like that. Because government is investing in that space, we believe that there should be more technology solutions there. And my role is to ensure we can do education on the side of the government, but also the ecosystem from the startup side to ensure that more people also get involved in that sector and building for it as well.
Thank you so much
Our pleasure.
for speaking to us. Dr. Tijan, Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much for watching.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're going into our very final session for day 2 of the conference. If you're on Wova app, can you do us a quick favor? We have some people who are making their way down from the other breakout sessions. So please, can you put in the message board, on the message board, that the session has started here in the main plenary room. So people should please come down so we can enjoy a good conversation.
Absolutely, and we are wrapping up today, or day 2, with a power-packed panel session. This one is going to be a really interesting one, and it features, of course, one of the partners, one of the collaborators from the Nigerian government side, the Honorable Minister of Youth Development. She is going to be on this panel, so it's going to be a really interesting one. So please, I would like that we ask friends and people that we connected with earlier, if they are still on their way down to the plenary hall, please ask them to hurry and let's kickstart this one. Of course, we're going straight into it. Ayo is particularly excited this one because this is the first panel that we're having that is an all-female panel. So I'm going to let her introduce this one.
June, I'm tempted to tell the technical team to cue in music, Who Run the World? But I shan't be tempted. But let's go straight into the conversation. I'm going to introduce the moderator, and then she will then bring on the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Are you ready? Let me get some energy in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Fantastic. Let's please make welcome on stage the Head Programs, Learning and Innovation, the Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning, Mastercard Foundation, Natalie Nyonzima. A round of applause, please, for Natalie as she comes on stage.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Do you still have a bit of energy left for the last session? Awesome. Like it was mentioned, my name is Natalie Nyonzima, and I'm the acting head for programs and innovation at the foundation. I think earlier today there was a mention of infrastructure. So maybe let me give you just an example to paint a picture. Earlier today, in one of the breakout sessions, on TVET and lifelong learning, one of the panelists mentioned an example that I felt was a bit shocking. She said that at some point in her country, TVET was really perceived to be for men. So even though TVET schools were built to educate young women and men, only men dormitory was built. So as a parent, would you send your girl child to a vocational training center knowing very well she's not going to get any accommodation? This is to paint a picture of why inclusion is very important. And to have this very important discussion, we have a panelist. We have a set of, we have wonderful panelists. So our first panelist is Joyce Muchena, who is the head gender mainstreaming at the Mastercard Foundation. Our second panelist is Titilope Adewosi, who is the co-founder of Niger Kids. She is one of the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellow in Nigeria. Our third panelist is Tina Muparadzi, the Executive Director of Education and Transition at the Mastercard Foundation. And our final panelist is Dr. Jamila Ibrahim, Honorable Minister of Youth Development and Education in the Republic of Nigeria. Welcome. to kick off the discussion, Tina, allow me to start with you. I know the Mastercard Foundation work is rooted in its mission to create opportunities for young people in Africa to learn and prosper. So could you maybe help us set a context by defining very important terms that we'll use: inclusivity, diversity, and inclusion, and explain maybe what the foundation is doing to increase inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Honorable Minister, Professor Materu, and colleagues from the foundation, and all the delegates at this conference. And so I will answer that question by putting it in context, of how we define those terms at the foundation. And then if I can briefly cover the areas of work that are in the Education in Transitions programming platform. We start with secondary education. And in this, we are looking at both the demand side as well as the supply side. So we have the work that we do in girls' education. We have the work that we do with leaders in teaching, and then also the ecosystem in which all of this is happening. Then we move to higher education. And in this portfolio, we have the collaboratives, where we are influencing at institution level how learning and teaching research is taking place. We have our Scholars Program, which most of you might know, and this is really the flagship program of the foundation. Then we have CITL, and we are all here because of the work that we're doing, with innovation in teaching and learning. And then all of this, as we move all these young people through the pipeline, we have the transitions programming area. And this is where now we are putting young people into meaningful and dignified work, skilling them up in order for them to make that transition. Someone spoke earlier on about what is the metric for higher education. And there was a bit of a discussion, and someone said it has to be employment or entrepreneurship. It is not okay to say 9% of young people that go through this whole value chain of education end up with a certificate. That certificate must lead to employment and entrepreneurship. I think I'm speaking to the converted on this one. Now, the foundation has, as a way of practice, very inclusive, right, in accessing education. However, we also know that in being inclusive, being a word that is used, across many countries with all the best intentions, there are groups that are marginalized. And these are young women, these are displaced and refugee young people, and then young people that are living with disabilities. And we can't ignore that. And so the foundation, while focusing on inclusive education, has set itself targets that they want to meet. And these targets are 70% of our target of 30 million will be women. And how do we make sure that 70% of any of the numbers that we're dealing with are targeted towards women? So 21 million of our 30 million target, will be women that we put into work. Then we look at refugees and those that have been displaced. We also went on record last year by setting a target of 25%. Then regarding disabled and young people living with disabilities, we set a target of 10% of the 30 million that will be disabled. How do we skill and how do we put into meaningful and dignified work by the end of 2030? I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. 70% young women, 25% refugees, 10% of young people with disabilities out of 30 million. That's no small feat. Allow me to come to you, Titi. As an entrepreneur, as an EdTech entrepreneur, what does diversity and inclusion mean to you? And how much consideration do you give this topic in the design of your product?
Okay. Thank you, Natalie.
So as a woman, you know, when I first think of diversity, for me, it's having a team that has women in it. So when most people meet us, they're like, oh, you have a female CTO, which is not common in the technology space. So for us, diversity, first of all, means having women as key part of our team. So whether it's the development team or whatever team it is, it's important that we have a mix. So it also means that when we are recruiting, we're also looking for female developers to add to our team. Every time we look at the team mix, we're like, it's like we have more guys now. We need to do something about it. So I think it's important to have that. And we see the impact of having that in the conversations. If you have a meeting that happens and it was only all the male developers that had that conversation, when we all come back to review, we'll be like, oh, what about this and what about that? And they never thought about it, which is why inclusion is important. Even as an entrepreneur, I find that when I also go and listen to other people review our products, people that are visually impaired or people that, have hearing disabilities, they also bring insight that we never thought about. When we have the children play, our games, they also bring insights that we never thought about. So for us, inclusion is having the relevant representation on the team, in the process, and ensuring that, you can manage all that through the cycle. It's hard to do. I want to be honest. If you're very honest as, entrepreneurs, inclusion is hard. But one of the things that I've found that helps it is to be intentional. So we are very intentional. As an entrepreneur, when you're trying to juggle being a sustainable business and being able to provide products to people that are of low income, it's hard. But one of the things that's helped is make it a key intention. When I look at Mastercard Foundation as well, just what you said is that start with making it a very key intention, and then you start seeing how you can, work your activities to make that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Titi. Let me come to you, Dr. Jamila. Can you maybe please share what is being done in Nigeria to address inclusivity challenge? And as you answer, can you also please share if EdTech is part of the solution you are envisioning?
Thank you very much, Natalie. Good evening, distinguished participants, and of course, the Mastercard Foundation team, and my fellow panelists. And the evening would not be complete if I do not acknowledge these very strong women who have been very supportive of me in my journey. Very encouraging. It's very important that women stick together. And I have Auntie Dio and Auntie Hansatu in the audience. I'm really, really privileged to have them here watching me. They know my journey, and I believe it's a moment of pride for them as well. Thank you for always being there. So inclusion, inclusivity, and of course, EdTech. Well, for us, where we may not be able to achieve 70% for women, but we are very equitable. Our policy is equitable inclusion of young women. Well, we believe that before we have voices before we have impact or we have policies or decisions being made, we need to have more voices of young women at decision-making tables. So, and I'm very excited or delighted to see that the Federal Executive Council of Nigeria, with the support of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, approved graciously the implementation of a 30% youth quota across the board for inclusion of young people in government. As a young minister under the age of 40, I thought that it's important that I'm not one of the very few voices at the decision-making table, that I should create more room use my influence to create more seats at the table for young people And in doing that, we also were able to sneak in an equitable young women inclusion. So if we are saying equitable, it depends on what we see as equity at the time of the decision or at the time of appointments. So we need more decision makers to be able to make decisions from our own standpoint, how these decisions affect young people. The older generation may not understand, even though there is a need for intergenerational conversations, right? And that is inclusion. EdTech solutions, very important, and at the core of the ministry's initiatives. I'm also happy to say that in the coming days, we'll be launching the National Youth Skills Program, which aims to skill and upskill 1 million young Nigerians with the skills that are in demand. And of course, beyond being in demand, for the moment, we're also skilling them up for skills that will be relevant in the future, because we must prepare this generation of young Nigerians for the future. We all know that artificial intelligence and all other technological advancements are coming, and we don't want them phased out. Well, as well, beyond tech, well, we're using technology as a platform to deliver some of our skills programs, but then we're not fully focused on tech alone, right? It's a vehicle for the delivery of initiatives. And then we're also wary of the rural-urban disparities as well. We know that some communities do not have access to technology, do not have access to the internet, so we're also devising strategies to be able to reach them. And we, as a matter of fact, have a 10% inclusion policy as well for young persons with disabilities at the ministry. We're in the process of reviewing the National Youth Policy, and that is well captured in the new policy. In addition to gender inclusion, we're hoping for 50-50, because young women are marginalized, even within the older women, the general women demography. Young women are marginalized, and we're also trying to see how we can create that equity for them within the youth space as well, because that space is also dominated by young men. So, well, while leveraging on technology to deploy our trainings, we're also looking at the priority sectors of the administration, looking at how to use technology to deploy trainings and educational content for young people in the creative space, that's the creative economy, young people in the blue economy space, young people in the circular economy space, and also the extractive industry as well, and all of the soft skills that they require, and the green economy, which has agriculture inclusive. These are basically the priority sectors of this administration, and we're ensuring that young people are well, equipped with the right knowledge to contribute to socio-economic development of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You've mentioned a very important point of having more young people's voices to ensure that we have equitable policy. And this leads me to my question to Joyce. As a gender person, where do you see as the dangers of unconscious bias when it comes to developing or deploying a tech solution, and how can we overcome them?
Thank you very much, Natalie, and good evening, everyone. Yeah, unconscious bias, what is it? So I think a friend of mine who is an expert in emotional intelligence says that everything that has a brain has a bias. So we all have a bias of one kind or another. But I think the question here is, how do our unconscious biases, our implicit biases, cause us to do things that we never intended to do in the first place? And when you think about how much knowledge we have You know, just these last 2 days, I think anyone who was taking notes has taken perhaps a PhD worth of learning on inclusion and inclusive technology. But how do we end up with a disconnect between what we know and what we do? Where is the broken telephone? And I think it's in our mindsets. How we think that translates in the decisions we make, that translates into the actions we take moving forward. So when you imagine, for example, what do people say about persons with disability? They are not able. We need to go to them as saviors. But that's not true. They have abilities. What do people say about women? When you think about, for example, education, even in a non-tech perspective, you realize we have some kind of a pyramid in the education structure. In basic education, there's almost parity in terms of enrollment and completion. To be precise, about 96% to, 96% to 100 girls, boys. As you go up secondary education, that number reduces. And as you go towards tertiary education, it really literally becomes a sharper tip at the top of the pyramid, with fewer and fewer women, fewer and fewer persons with disability, fewer and fewer refugees, to just reflect on the demographics that we are referring to as the foundation. So are we doing this intentionally? I would tend to think not. I think we are all well-intentioned. So the call on us here then is to be aware that there is a framing that we have been used to from our socialization, from our cultures, from our education systems, that tend to give preference to, for example, boys over girls when it comes to technology. That would tend to give preference to persons who do not appear to have a disability, as opposed to persons who have a disability, on account of various explainers. Cost. It's going to take more time to wait upon girls who have children to show up in school, because then we need to have all these wraparound services. And that then informs our mindset. That mindset becomes our behavioral kind of reference point. And that, I think, is what we constantly need to cure as people who want to make change and meaningful change in the lives of the people we have promised. So I think, Natalie, unconscious bias does exist in all spheres of human existence. But because we've called ourselves out as people wanting to do good, people wanting to make a meaningful change in the world we live in our lifetime, then we have to consciously remove our unconscious bias through education. We've already had enough of it. Through our policies and through the kind of programmatic actions that we're going to put in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joyce. Being very conscious. Titi, if I can come back to you, you've mentioned about what you do as a company. I'd like to hear about the learners that you support. What role does user feedback play in creating more inclusive product for your case?
Okay, thank you. I think the first thing is that we need to remember that without the users, there'll be no product, there'll be no sales, there'll be nothing. So you learn the hard way. Sometimes you learn that the hard way. Most of the time, if we are very honest as entrepreneurs in EdTech, we have an idea of what the problem is. We go ahead with what we think the solution is, and then we then push it to the customers, and then, they give us feedback. Sometimes that feedback, shocks you, because what you thought that's what they wanted was not, what it is. So user feedback is so key. It's key for the sustainability of your business. You have to prioritize it. you think they want this content and this type of game in this particular way, and then when you then have them give you feedback, you find that it's completely different. So my advice is be very customer-centric. Have in your process different ways of getting feedback. Some people you will see it's rating, some people it's surveys, some people it's feedback, sometimes it's focus group sessions, sometimes it's going to go and sit down with them and engage them, sometimes it's just just gathering them together. So it's important that you have feedback at every point in the process. And one of the things that I'm increasingly learning is also the fact of having feedback with your fellow members of the ecosystem. At this point, I want to give a big shout out to the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellow. All the fellows in the house, let's just wave. There's nothing like sitting in a room and then even a problem that you've not yet had, you're listening to another EdTech fellow talk about that problem. You're like, oh, I will have this problem. He's telling you about the challenges he had or she had with her users, and then you can almost get that feedback. So there's something powerful about the EdTech fellow. There's that ecosystem that is so powerful that also gives you feedback. You can also get them to test your products for you, as also users. So for me, one of the things I would even like to see is how do we formalize that even more? Whereby in this our ecosystem, I can gather all my own feedback that I've gotten from my own customers and my own users and share it with my other, EdTech fellows and say, hey, guys, this is what I got from my customers when I was implementing this course, or when I was implementing this, and this is what I took from it, and this is what you can learn from it. So that beyond what I have taken from it, all the other people who are members of the ecosystem that we are building together can also benefit from the feedback I get from my users as well. So that's also another thing I will say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Titi. Honorable Minister, allow me to come back to you. You have already mentioned about the National Youth Skills Program that is upcoming and the intentionality to not only reach the young people in the urban, but also in the rural. And I know Nigeria is a quite diverse country with very many languages. How else can we expand access to learning to all?
Thank you very much once again, Natalie. Well, speaking to our diversity, well, first of all, I do not like to see that diversity as a weakness for Nigeria. As a matter of fact, I see it as something that should unite us more. What unites us, what our diversity should be what unites us as opposed to what divides us. And in ensuring that that unity is actually fostered, we must ensure that access, we improve access to underserved communities and communities that feel like they're not properly included, perhaps because of language barriers and all of that. So yes, our programs and initiatives will not only be deployed, our trainings rather, will not be deployed only in English language. We will be delivering our lectures in diverse languages, but that may take a while because, like we have about over 300 languages in Nigeria. So we may not be able to cover all 300, but we will look at the major languages and then down to the dialects and major or sub-major dialects, because I know that, for instance, the Nupes have about 4 or 5 different Nupe languages, and the same as Yorubas have various, even though it's a major tribe, they have various subgroups, basically. Well, that's speaking to language, inclusion in language, but then we're also looking at, we have youth development centers across the country. So what we want to do, at the moment we're about to embark on a skills gap audit and analysis, right? We want we've envisioned a youth development ministry where we can open our screens and then look at the map of Nigeria, and we can easily identify where our skills acquisition centers are, whether it belongs to government or the private sector or the national government or the subnational or even to partners. So we want to be able to have that mapping of our youth development centers and know what kind of skills, because we know we are diverse, and at the same time we have also skills and resources of competitive advantage across the geopolitical zones of Nigeria. So we want to be able to say just at the pop of the screen that this is where this kind of skill is needed, and this is where this kind of economic activity that requires that skill is needed. We want to also upgrade our youth development centers to make them state-of-the-art centers, but as well that requires resources. But the first thing is to do an audit and to do a general assessment of these facilities, just to ensure that we don't spread ourselves out thin and we're able to take these interventions in phases.
Thank you very much. I like that you mentioned data. How do you do the mapping? How do you understand where each center is at? Tina, let me come back to you. Reaching 70% requires a lot of changes. Maybe in your experience, could you share maybe a few examples where you see maybe partner really become women-centric to make sure they reach that target in education sector? Do you have any particular example of partners that have exemplified being women-centric to help the foundation reach their target there?
I think 100%, you know, inclusivity within our programming, you know, it's key, you know, that we put the young person at the center, you know, and as Titi, Joyce, and Honorable Minister have said, and ask them, you know, what is the problem that we want to solve for you? You know, and I can't think of a better partner that we do this with. I see Martha, you know, sitting over there, you know, and so Martha is one of our core long-term partners with FAWE, you know, focusing on girls education. You know, and so our scholars program, you know, as well talk about inclusivity. You know, we have made a commitment to put 100,000 young people through scholarships. You know, and of these, 70% are going to be women, and the same target, you know, that I mentioned. And so in order for us to do that, we have to know, you know, what are the issues, what are the barriers that are facing women, you know, and what are the barriers that, and the issues affecting refugee and displaced young people. You know, what I also want to talk about, if I can just, you know, take a moment, you know, is a really powerful program, you know, that we are implementing, that we're calling Resilience in Secondary Education. And this is looking at second chances, you know, and in fact, the architects, where's Joseph? You know, the architects are Joseph in CITL, Eliud, Natalie, you know, and the whole organization has been behind this. And what is extremely critical for this is that the answers are, in fact, with the young people. It's a second chance program where we want to get people back into secondary education if they have fallen off for whatever reason. And we are so mindful that we cannot begin this program without putting those young people at the center in understanding what do you need in order to finish secondary education. And this is where EdTech comes in, you know, and if I can throw it in there here, you know, that the role of government is also very important, you know, and so it's one thing for us to recognize, you know, that supporting the young people, motivating them to come forward is important. But without the necessary supporting policies, you know, from government, this is not going to happen. And we spent the last 2 days, you know, getting so much clarity, you know, on what are those things, you know, that are needed. And I was thinking to myself, I hope I can find it. I was thinking to myself, as we are here, I don't know how many nationalities are in this room, You know, I won't ask, but it will be many nationalities across Africa. And as we were thinking about, really, Joseph and team, we're thinking about what is the criteria that will make the second chance program successful, you know? And we looked at the role of government. Here's some things that came up, and I want you to ask yourself the question, your own government, to what extent are they working on these things, or are they planning to work on these things? And why it's important is that yesterday we heard that 108 young people are not in school, are not in employment, and are not in any economic activity. And yet we know that it's critically important. And so these are, the governments must focus on alternative education. The Ministry of Education must have national guidelines for school re-entry in basic education and a recognition of prior learning framework. The government must also have developed or developing a policy and guidelines for alternative learning programs to harmonize curriculum, establish quality standards, and enable transitions to formal education or employment. And the role of EdTech is also very important. And the government must be making concerted efforts to leverage technology for the advancement of education in the country. And now, as we look at these being success criteria for us to implement at scale, you know, education technology solutions to get young people into work, to what extent is government policy focusing on these things? I'll stop there.
Second chances and government in leadership are those two that I'm picking from your intervention. So Joyce, we have a number of EdTech entrepreneurs in the room. Could you share maybe some practical tips on how they could go about being more inclusive?
Thank you very much. And these are not really my ideas. I have had the singular privilege of walking the journey with some of the partners here. I met some of them for the first time since our Zoom calls in COVID times. And it was very exciting asking them and listening to them, what has been your experience? So please allow me to reflect upon some of the things that I've heard from some of our partners here. And I will start very quickly with the time that we don't have. One of them actually said they have been very keen on data-driven decisions. So Eneza is one of the partners that figured out very quickly that in Kenya, for example, 92% of households have at least a 2G phone that could enable messages to be transmitted to students using their parents' phones. The gender dynamic to that is the fact that those feature phones, most of the times, will be in the hands of the moms. The dads have a better access to iPhones, to smartphones. And so they developed products that were accessible to students using the knowledge. So being data-driven is one example, very practically. The other is, I think, Funky Science says, catch them early. Model for the students using people that they can relate with. So these are African women teaching African girls that science is not that complex. You know, gamify it, but also help them to develop their confidence by giving them an opportunity to explain scientific concepts within the language that they can understand and within a safe space where they can develop their confidence. The other example, very quickly, I would pick is around building organizational capability. Several partners have done this, and if I don't mention any of their names, it's not because I'm not doing a full list. One of the places we've seen very significant shifts is with the United States International University in Kenya around disability inclusion. we've set up an entire center for inclusion using, through our partnership with them. Ingenie, which is one of our tech hubs, has actually invited a consultant to help them undertake their own capability assessment, and they'll be encouraging their fellows to do that. So know thyself. Who are you? Why are you committed to inclusivity? But most importantly, who is your clientele group? Who are you intent to reach, and what capability do you need internally? The other example is looking at wrap-around tech solutions that solve for inclusivity challenges around time, for example. So one of the tech solutions I've come across is one that permits parents and guardians to actually purchase educational materials from the comfort of their homes. So mothers don't have to leave home to go and purchase books. They can log on their needs through a technological platform, and somebody will deliver that material to them, saving on time and allowing them to do other things. And finally, when you think about the possibility of having a sign language translator in each and every situation for learning, there are solutions, and actually I would like to mention Ishara by Loho Learners right outside here. Please speak to them. They have come up with a solution for translating text to sign language. That is revolutionary. Please give them a hand of applause. And finally, one of the things I would like to mention from listening to our partners is that sometimes technology can actually be double-edged. So you may think you're creating a solution for one group, but you could disenfranchise yet another. And an example of that is, I think, Digify Africa. They moved their their content to WhatsApp, to a WhatsApp platform. What that did is that the young people in the rural areas that didn't have a smartphone weren't able to access learning content. But interestingly, another group of ships in South Africa, young women who had dropped out of school because, of one reason or another, were actually looped into the learning ecosystem. So it's very important to be very specific, and I think the minister earlier on spoke about specificity. Let's be as granular as possible in analyzing who we want to reach as we develop our solutions. And as they say, inclusion is really not a destination, it's our way of life. And I really, really wish you well as you develop all these technological applications that are so exciting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Know thyself. Build your capability, use data, help us save time. Allow me also to plug in. Please, if you have time, visit the exhibition. We are pressed with time, but I know some of our EdTech fellows have really come with innovative approaches to be more inclusive in their solutions. So please spare some time and visit them in their store. I think it's time to wrap up. Maybe this is a question to each one of you. In one sentence, what is the key message you would like the audience to take away from this discussion, from each one of your perspective? Titi, would you like to go first, and then Tina, and then Joyce, and then we can end with Honorable Minister?
Okay. Thank you. I think because I know that there are a lot of EdTech fellows in the room, my one sentence will be addressed to them. I want to start by saying that, inclusion is a must. Inclusion is something that we need to be intentional about, but inclusion is not easy. Inclusion is a lot of work. Inclusion is more cost, if we are being honest. Inclusion is more resources, if you're being honest. you know, either which way you look at it. If you don't have the extra funding, extra partnership, extra collaboration to make it work, you know, you might not be able to build a sustainable business. So I think I need everyone to have that at the back of their mind. But having said that, I would say that it's not an option. Inclusion is something that we must include. We must be intentional about it as a business. You must find and try to navigate through the business model that works. You know, for us, we started at how we partnered with, you know, telecom operators to be able to bring affordable gamified learning to people. We have a percentage of our revenue that is gone, that we put for inclusion, so that we're not only looking at it from a business perspective. And we continue to do initiatives and programs that promote, you know, STEM education, financial literacy for, you know, girls and people from low income. So I would end by saying that it's tough, it's hard, it's expensive, but you must be doing it one way or the other. Identify what you want to start with, and then, you know, just take it, you know, one day at a time, we'll get there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think there's nothing left to say, Titi. You know, I think you nailed it on the head for sure. I think I would just confirm, number one, I think the work is not easy. The work is not easy at all. I think as we gather here, we need to pat ourselves on the back, you know, regarding how far we have come. And yet, where we need to go is so far. So we need to keep going. We can't go alone, and so collaboration is so important. And then thirdly, put the young person in the center regarding anything that you're doing. What is their need? Someone spoke in another panel earlier about, you know, solutions that are looking for a problem, you know. And this is us grown-ups, older people talking to ourselves. If we understood what the problem is, and then we find the right solution. And I think this conference, you know, and the young people out there that, you know, that are talking about their applications, they show, you know, that the solutions are here. The solutions are in Africa. So let us find the right solutions so that we can close this gap.
The solutions are here. Joyce, and then we can end with the Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think 3 quick ones from me. I would like to say we are all products of the opportunities that have been granted unto us. And inclusion or exclusion is about power and privilege. So please constantly remember, if you are here as an African, you are among the most privileged, and therefore you got the responsibility to pay it forward. 2, persons with disability, refugees, young people, young women are not a homogeneous group. Please open that envelope. When you're talking about young women, ask which young women, where are they, what do they know, what don't they know, what talents do they bring to the room, and address their needs, not from your own bias, but from your knowledge of what they truly, truly need. They know what they need. Please ask them. Finally, it's really my empathies with the business builders in this room. I have done diversity and inclusion work from a social justice perspective for so long, until I joined the foundation and started having conversations with entrepreneurs. And believe you me, when you top up the cost of doing business over the top of inclusivity, you need an extra layer of thick skin. So really well done for all the, bedding backwards you have to do, because again, the dividends that the continent gains from your work are immeasurable. So let me stop here, but it's really, really very heartwarming to hear people build businesses from the perspective of leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable.
Well, for me, my final words would be from a policy and regulatory perspective as part of government. I'd just like to urge us all, when we're designing or creating programs or creating tech solutions, we need to be very wary of the fact that there are regulators, there are experts, so we need to engage and co-create with these various stakeholders in education to ensure that standards are, being met, because, well, we cannot give what we do not have. So if we are putting out solutions, educational materials that are substandard, then what kind of generation do we want to see in Africa? And then as another closing point, it was really scary when I realized today that 108 million people are not engaged in any form of jobs and no form of gainful employment at all. It's even more scary when you realize that about half of these people live in Nigeria. So that's a very difficult job for me as Minister of Young People in Nigeria. I believe that it's a very good opportunity for us as a country to take ownership of solutions, to co-create with the private sector, the development partners, and the experts in the academia and all of that to design solutions. We are ready as government to work with people who have very impactful innovations and impactful educational solutions that bridge technology gaps and all of that and improve access of young people to skills and knowledge. On that note, I would say that we should be equitable, transformative, and inclusive when we're creating solutions. Thank you very much.
Indeed, we should be inclusive and equitable as we design our program and our solution. And there you have it. Please, let's put our hands for our panelists. Thank you very much. And I think from the awareness from this room, let me allow to go back to a statement that Joseph made during the opening remark, that we need to design our solution and program with inclusivity in mind. Now that we know better, it gives us the opportunity to do better. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your evening.
And thank you very much to our moderator and our panelists. Please kindly stay back for quick pictures before you get off stage. A big thank you to every member of the panel, the Honorable Minister of Youth Development, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Jamila Bio Ibrahim, and yes, that is a very, very beautiful way to wrap up today. Ayo is particularly excited. It is the all-women lineup for today. Particularly exciting. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for inclusion at the Mastercard Foundation EdTech Conference 2024. Thank you so much. Thank you for that brilliant panel. What a way to close out day 2. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very interesting. And this is how we will be. I mean, I love the smile on everyone's face, and that's the way we want to wrap up day 2. It has been a phenomenal day, and we'd like to thank everyone for being a part of it. But before we go, let's remind everyone, if you didn't have any, take part in the tea break earlier, please, it is still available. You can go have some tea and light snacks before you head back home. There's that.
And then very quickly before we rush out, we have a very quick survey, feedback survey we'd like for you to kindly help us complete. The QR code is right there, and we want to be able to understand just how impactful the last few hours, 2 days has been, and of course, areas where we can certainly improve. We implore everyone to please scan the QR code. This is important to us. Your feedback is important to us. Please scan and complete it. Let us know how you've enjoyed or how we can improve the conference for the next edition. Thank you so much. The QR code's on your screen.
Phenomenal. And also, just to let you know, before you come in tomorrow, let's let you know that we will once again be having the Honorable Minister of Youth Development, Dr. Jamila Bio Ibrahim, here tomorrow. She's going to be one of the panelists, along with Professor Tahir Maman, who is the Honorable Minister of Education, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Wale Onabolu, who's the General Counsel, Mastercard Foundation, would also be here tomorrow. So before we go, I want us to once again do something like we did yesterday. When I say Mastercard, you say Foundation. Can we do that? Mastercard.
Foundation.
Mastercard.
Foundation.
That's the spirit. Thank you so much for spending your whole day with us.
See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. and we are going to be having the closing out session tomorrow from 9 a.m. Please enjoy some light refreshments, tea, coffee, soft drinks in the foyer where tea and coffee is usually served. Also use that as an opportunity to network. I see many of you using the networking tip, taking the selfie, sending messages immediately, and making those important connections. Well done. Thank you.